dive into the 6-year, and since that's really one of the bigger things on the agenda, and then we'll work our way toward my printed agenda for the other things. So we talked about revising the 6-year. I know there were discussions on Thursday about some revenue that we had received that we didn't budget for. And so that's this short little spreadsheet here, 1-pager. And so these are the items that we're never really sure how much we're going to get. And most of the time it's zero or close to that. And so at the time we budgeted, and the end of July was where we gather our numbers. You can see that's the middle column. So you can see that we had received $553,000 of revenue that we had not, didn't think we were going to get when we budgeted for 22. You see the numbers, we actually used those numbers. And then that first column is kind of between July, the end of July and the end of actually October, just a Monday. That's how much more we had received. So we received another about $4,000 in unanticipated revenue. So we already accounted for these funds next year. So just so that's clear. It is an extra that we didn't account for. It's already accounted for in 2022's budget that we submitted. And there could be more, between now and the end of the year too. I don't know. We can always hope. So with that, unless you have questions, we'll move on to the 6-year. So I'll let Jeff know.
Okay, what we did is we went back 22 stayed the same. We can go through 23 because Finn Ridge Road, we've talked about that. We got some failing culverts out there. That's why we kept that one on the list. They're concrete culverts. We have a lot. They haul material out there, out to Boddish's field, and they haul it all times of the year. So that's why those concrete culverts are failing. Those will be considered fish passage culverts, even though I agree it doesn't make sense, but we have to treat them that way. So that's why the cost. The next projects that has been confirmed. We just got the notice. We did receive that grant.
I know, if I can slow down just a smidge. Since they're fish passage culverts, is there any way to get natural resources state funding?
Maybe there might be grant opportunity. It's pretty competitive.
Well, I know they did like 5 of them this year, so
We can look at that. No, we'll look at that. We'll look at that. Okay, so we have it on for 2022.
keep talking. I'm listening.
And then for 23, we will look at different funding. Yes. We will definitely always pursue grants if they're available. Also 23, our big project would be the Glenwood Main Street Bridge. Ultimately, we get flooding and high times in the post office and other places. If we were to lose that bridge, it's a long way around. So that's why we're moving that forward. And that took place of the Jenkins Creek Bridge. Centerville Town Roads.
So just one quick note on the Glenwood Main Street. That's the arterial bridge that goes right by the post office. So what happens is there's a lot of debris that comes down through that small creek when there's high water, and that bridge has really low clearance. It's very narrow and a small bridge, and needs to be bigger so it can pass that debris. What happens is it builds up, and before our guys can get out and start removing the debris from the bridge, it jumps the channel and runs through town. And so it does need to be fixed.
Right. Did you guys remove Jenkins Bridge?
Yes.
From every year?
Yes, we have them. We have the roads out. at the last year, all the old nines. They're out at the last year and, you know, by then things may change. And, you know, again, we can look at who's, but yeah, all the reconstructions from 09s have been removed. Centerville town paving, like we said before, we need to start looking at our towns. Our asphalt is failing in the towns. We need to start doing something about that. And we need to start chipping away. That's of course with our crews. And then we start getting into the design stuff. Like I said, Sundale intersection, that's on there. It needs to be on there. We will not do that unless we can get a grant. Because, you know, it helps the citizens of the county. It is a WashDOT intersection. If we can get federal funding or WashDOT funding, then we would look at doing that. If not, we wouldn't do it. But I need to keep it on there to just so we can write grants for it. Adams Loop drainage, just like we talked, that's a design project. And this year, we don't have drainage up at Adams Loop. And they're building into the drainage corridors. So we need to address that. We have the paved roads, less than 20. These are the ones that are asphalt. And a lot of this is development driven. You know, we'll be bringing something back from the committee. And we've had interest in that before to look at those roads. Cactus Heights intersection, that's to improve the intersection. That's at Cactus, at Mill Road in Cactus Heights. We didn't get Snowden Road. There's that. That's the biggest, that's our bigger project. That starts the design. Snowden Road is our highest ADT in this county. That section of Snowden Road needs to be rebuilt and widened. We're looking at using long-term, it's construction out in 2025. And that's to use our STP dollars for that. But to use STP dollars, there's a lot of strings attached. So it takes a lot of years to do that. That's why we wanted to start it in 22. We actually proposing starting the design in 22 because you need about 3 years to get through all the permitting and everything else. Thank goodness that's not in the Gorge Commission area. I don't know, it's not because we cut it off, I think, right before it.
No.
It's not.
Just go to the board and be done.
Eventually somebody will have to tackle that above. You know, I don't know what the ADT on that is. It's probably in excess of 3,000 vehicles now and a lot of development up there. And we, you know, if you've driven that road, I'm sure Jake has. It's dark through some of those corners. And we don't have right of way. That'd be part of that project. Widen that road, put a shoulder on it, make it look.
So this up Lock Hill.
Lock Hill.
Yes, Lock Hill.
That's it.
Yeah.
Where we stopped. when
Where we
did
stopped up to, there's a private road right at the top right before you get to the power lines.
Yep.
That's where we would end. Okay. And then we have our Sundale Old Highway 8 road. That's still designed and Bickleton Highway design. If we go to 24, the big project on that is the Sundale Old Highway 8 project. That is RAP funded. We have 3.2 million from RAP from the state for that. That we were successful doing. We've heard a lot about that area has grown due to the vineyards. A lot of that stuff has changed. That's why we applied for that. And it's also a connection that gets us back around. Scored very high for RAP funding. Adams Loop drainage, that is the construction part of that. So, and that will be done with our crews. Bickleton Highway, that's also the construction part. We're going to do it in 2 years. Our crews will do it. What they'll do is they'll take it to a point. We'll take off the we'll take off the BST surface, do some widening, build the base, a little bit of widening, build the base out and re-chip seal it. You know, again, we have a creek there. And so that's the cost of it. Sundale Road. intersection we've talked about. Snowden, again, that's another piece of the design. That's actually starting to look at buying right away. The right away up there, as we all know, will not be cheap. Jennings Road culvert. That's over in Trout Lake. We have some flooding issues there. We need to bring on a consultant because we don't have the expertise to actually look at the drainage basin, and it protects us also by bringing on a consultant for Jennings Road. We've kicked that down. To be honest, I've heard this before. A lot of these projects weren't just put on. They've been on here for a long time. They worked their way up. Jennings, frankly, has been on here for a long time. If you remember, the bridge sits about this high off the road. And because it's pounded into concrete, but the channel also meanders around the back side of it. So, you know, we need to look at, but if we open that, what's going to be the downstream ramifications of that? We don't want to open that and then flood everybody out downstream. We need a hydrologist to look at that.
So when it floods in there, it's because of the basalt shelves, the water runs on top of that ground and through all the holes, the lava tubes and everything else that's there. And so when you change things out there, you have to be really careful that you don't negatively impact somebody else. And so that there's kind of a basin study to look at the impacts of changing the road and putting a different kind of bridge in there. So with greater capacity, how does that affect that whole area?
Does it usually back up there on the backside of that right now?
Yes, and
Yeah.
yes, it floods. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it. Well, the last time I remember we went up there, I told the guy, don't drive through there. It's not a good idea. He went through there anyway, but he made her, thank goodness. But the water was probably up right about the lower door level on a regular car in the road. And that's not uncommon when we get her back.
Creek only flows when it's
Yes.
real wet.
Yes, it does.
Yes. Okay, we talked about Cactus, the paved roads again. Did put Latigus Bridge on. It's out at 24. We have quite a few bridges. I think that's that we need to start looking at. There's the Mount Adams Bridge. There's the Latigus Bridge, Jenkins Creek Bridge. Northwest Lake, the superstructure at Northwest Lake, the Byerland Bridge. There's a few of them. I just put that on there as a placeholder. I think that has the least amount of opportunity for us to get a grant, a federal grant for. And it's out at 24. We can reevaluate which bridge needs to be there at that time.
So that is one of my questions is that I'm not seeing here a lot, like you're thinking the bridges and those reconstructs. Are we applying for federal grants for these other ones that you think we have a higher chance of?
We'll apply for the bridges, the reconstructs on the roads, all the other ones that we've talked about, they're not eligible for any grant dollars.
But as long as the bridge is a certain length.
A certain length, they'll be eligible.
20 foot or longer.
Yeah, they have to be in pretty rough shape though.
Yeah. Unless they get more funding in the program,
Yeah.
it's tough.
What was the cost of Cactus Bridge redo? Do you remember off the top of your head?
1.2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're expensive.
Yeah, so the substructure on Northwestern Lake Bridge was rebuilt when they took the dam out. And so it's great substructure, but the top, the walkways and the railing, they're concrete and they're just old and they're crumbling. And that needs to be replaced. I think we probably stand a good chance to get BRAC funding, federal funding for that project. For this to rehab the superstructure. But some of the other ones, they have to be really bad in order to get funding. So we'll keep an eye on it and whatever pot of money and our consultant sees as a possibility for funding, we'll go after it.
Yeah. try to get them funded, whichever one we can, whether, whatever we think will win.
Is the Finn Ridge Road culverts, is that complaints that you're getting for that, or what is?
No,
what
it's
is-
our guys.
What is, so we've seen it, we have a problem with it.
If you go out there, I hate saying this.
So I have, I've just never looked.
No, and
I've driven down the road a lot, I just,
Where if you try, there's a cone sitting right there over the corner of the road. That's because, I hate saying this, it's because there's a hole there, because the culvert has collapsed. And eventually that's going to transition out into the road. Because it's an old concrete culvert.
is this on the north side of the stuff? Oh, well, cones there. I'll go.
Yeah, you'll see the cone.
Yeah, you'll see the cone. And you can look down and see where you'll see where the end of the culvert is collapsed. And when they pull in with those heavy trucks, and they come in all the time, because they have an agreement with, they're hauling, waste. And so they bring those in and you can see where they're turning in, because they're tracking, and they're starting to break up those roads.
The first pipe actually has failed, and we
Yes.
replaced it temporarily, but we have an agreement with Fish and Wildlife. We have to come back and fix that as a fish passage. So the one that's right off of Simcoe Mountain Road, there's, I think, we may put two in there.
There is, yeah.
We had to pass
You're
it.
right,
Those
Seth,
are only
thank you.
temporary because the first one did collapse. So we had to do a repair real quick for the winter. And it has sat longer than we were hoping it to sit. So.
Okay, I'll speed things up just because we have, I think, other things. And 25, like I said, that's the Snowden project. That would be our STP turns where we borrow ahead, and that comes up about the time frame for that. Bickleton Highway widening, it's there. That's the second phase done with our crews. Lower Spring Creek, again, it's a federal grant. Lower Spring Creek has a lot of other things. I don't know, Jake, if you've heard about some of the stuff. They're talking that, we got approached by a investment group to actually fund that project. If the tribe did their piece, because it's worth a lot of money to people for credits.
Wetland banking.
And wetland banking and salmon habitat
So
banking.
who approached this?
I can't remember the name of the group now,
How long ago was it?
not too long ago. They came through Natural Resources. And so we got together with the tribe, had a conversation. The tribe is they're going to try to purchase or do that piece of property.
The Kelly property?
Yes. Which, once that's done, evidently that's worth a lot of money, because the consultant representing the investment group did not even blink an eye about they'll pay for the project. So I don't know, what the value of it is, and they were very tight-lipped about that, but there's money in wetland banking,
Apparently a lot of money.
apparently a lot of money.
Usually the problem though is in order to create the bank, it costs a lot more money just to do your baseline studies and everything before you can create the credits and all that. And that's really small. I mean, usually those wetland banks are down on the Columbia, they're like 2,000 or 3,000 acres big that they're redoing, and it's years and years before you can sell one. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Wetland there to make that work.
Wetland and salmon habitat banking. Because we're moving, you think about what we're doing, though, we're moving the road out of that complete wetland, because that road floods every year, because it's sitting basically through the wetland. We're putting it up on top of the hill. They were they came to us. I was shocked. I didn't think it was worth that much either, because I thought there was so many, but they're working with NIMS.
And they're willing to come up with the funds to pay for the bridge.
If the tribe's property goes, the tribe's property has to go, because I think then they open up a huge area downstream for salmon habitat. So that's what makes it so viable for them.
Downstream. You mean?
Upstream,
Upstream, yeah.
sorry. Upstream.
Yeah.
Because once you if you fix our part and you take the dam out, then you open up that area upstream. So that, I think it's probably the salmon and it's both. But they,
Do you know, did the tribe buy the Kelly's product?
no, that's the holdup right now. They didn't want it. They weren't good. At first, they talked about buying it, then they decided they just wanted to leave the part of the pond and create a channel through the dam.
Right.
And they're still working on it. I don't know what they've done. I haven't talked to David yet over there to see where they are. I'll probably give him a ring just to see, but I'm keeping it on there for that.
Okay.
And that might be,
It might be 2050, but. I think
Yeah.
this is-
it might
But pretty
be.
much anything that's not 2023 may not be here.
It's a malleable 6-year.
Right.
Right, so that's there, and I went a little bit too long in explaining it, I apologize. Glenwood Town Roads, again, we need to be chipping away at our town roads. Then we go back into design for Sundale Road. That we're looking at, we were our grant scored very high the last time we applied for that. That road is literally coming apart on us. And we were very high, but essentially there wasn't enough RAP funding, so they didn't fund anything new at that point in time. There'll be another call coming out soon, and our thought is to apply for that at that time. And so that's why you see the RAP funding associated with that, even as back as far as 24. Then we go to 26. That would be the construction. I have Latigus Road Bridge. It could be a different bridge, but it would be one that would fit in there. Latigus Road Bridge does need to be done, but that's what's in there. We'll actually construct another road and Wacacus Heights that year. That's what we're proposing. And then we have some, we're back with the Sundale Road. And then we're looking at sidewalks in Klickitat. I think if we tried to get some grant money for that, they gave us a small portion. If there's more money back out in 26, there might be an opportunity to get more money, especially if we have the design sitting on the shelf. It's a small amount to pay for quite a bit of grant funding. And then in 27, I have the Sundale Road, because that's about when we would get the money, even though we write the grant in 22, gets awarded in 23, we'd probably get the money in 27. And the Klickitat sidewalks, I just put the federal grant at 150 and 500,000. You know, my hope is that we would be able to get more federal grant money and we would offset the 500,000 with that. And then the East Market paver, that's the other project on there, and that's in town in Bickleton. Like to get to that a little sooner, but that's just how the projects work out. And then I left all those 09s on there. You know, things will be different in 27, you know, and those can be replaced next year or anytime, and maybe one moves to the forward because we have issues or something like that. And that's the 6 year.
So this is what you're proposing to
This
take
is-
out for our public comment.
Yes.
All right. You looking for our thoughts?
Well, this is, I mean, my thoughts are this is consistent with the direction that you were given a week ago on Tuesday, I believe on Tuesday.
Yes.
That you built a 6 year based on that, which is not entirely consistent with where the board ended up on Thursday. It's different.
Right.
So I think, yeah, so I think some discussion is in order. And mostly it's around the 22. From 23 on, this is, you know, that was consistent with the discussion on Thursday as well. So I think that the thing that's in the discussion needs to be around is 22 as far as the next year's program.
Mhm.
You were on the phone listening to that, right? Our discussion.
Yeah, I did. I got some clarification from Rob, but I really wanted to, you know, not that I don't trust Rob, but I wanted to hear it from you guys. Again, my estimate, and I know it's a lot of money for the road, but please keep in mind, that isn't, if the bids come in at 6.1 or 6.2, that doesn't mean we all celebrate, because we still have our cost, testing and all that stuff. That's all part of this.
So we budget 10%
Yes.
of construction costs.
And if we could get if you get a contractor, a lot of it's based on your contractors, honestly, because we don't have any control. Contractor could come in, do it in 1 year, you cut our cost. You cut everybody's cost. If you have a contractor that it doesn't, or we don't get the weather, we get a short winter, and now it has to winter over, we all know how that works.
Right, that just costs money.
Yes,
When we get shut down because of fire danger in the middle, I mean,
exactly. There's all those things. So I have to prepare for the worst thing and hope for the best.
So first, if we could go back before we kind of get into that, because I think I need some clarification on the unbudgeted revenues. Because I am having difficulty, and maybe it's from, we have had so many versions of so many things. I've tried to keep them, I have them numbered so that I know. So I want to make sure I'm working off of, because this was the 22 estimate, which is what you built your, this one, which was an $800,000 contribution from landfill dollars. And it's got all the, the costs and this anticipates using a use of fund balance of, just over $3 million of road funds in the fund balance. So then so I guess what I need to dig into is your statement about the revenues, the unbooked revenues were already built into the 2022 budget. That's the part I need to really understand, because they're not showing up in the numbers as far as the current, road cash estimates that, were as of, August 1st, and then it's got what's coming in and what's going out and kind of what's left over at the end of in December 31st is a number.
Yeah, like 3 million or.
Yeah,
4
so,
million.
and that's the number that's plugged into here, but in here, it does not, in fact, it has 0 for timber deck in those numbers. So that's the part I need to really understand, because it's $500,000 of, that makes a big difference one way or the other.
So what I gave you was just to talk about cash. So why do we have a pile of cash
Right,
now?
right.
And so I tried to kind of explain where that goes, and I had to bring in Courtney because we were gonna do Courtney this year. So that was an expenditure with that cash that we've been saving.
Right,
So that's why it's there, but it doesn't, if you look at the bottom, we're negative,
right,
but that's because it doesn't account for all the rest of the revenue. It's just, why do we have so much cash today? Where's it gonna go? What's it gonna be used
Right.
for? So
okay, first off, that was never a issue with me.
Okay.
As far as I knew exactly why you've been saving that cash up for several years for this
Yeah.
project, because that was the only way it was gonna work. So, yeah, there was no question about me why you were sitting on a pile of cash. I knew why, because you're gonna spend a big pile of it.
right
Supposed to be this year, but it's next year.
next year. Yeah, so
So if the project had gone this year, we probably wouldn't even be having this discussion.
probably not. no.
Correct.
Yeah. So this spreadsheet I handed out, this is those unanticipated revenues. And this goes into then our ending fund balance this year to be used next year. So that's reflected on that bigger spreadsheet you had as our ending fund balance to be used. So that's,
as I understood it, this was unanticipated revenue. We didn't budget for it. And then we were looking, as we talked last week, there's a negative balance in that fund. But we have this unanticipated revenue that actually pops it and makes it so it looks like we have 300,000 in the fund.
well,
Is that
that
not
one
the case?
spreadsheet, you gotta be careful. It's only to talk about that cash. It's really not what our end fund balance is for the fund. If that makes sense. That spreadsheet that Dave just had that showed we had a
Right, this is
negative.
cash forecast.
It's a cash forecast. It's not the fund.
So I guess in terms of our budget for next year, if it all, brass tacks is, if we only have $500,000 available for, the landfill dollars, will we be able to do Courtney at what we anticipate it for and still have cash in the fund so that we can start building up for the next project? Can we pull it off or not?
So if we have $500,000, we receive that from landfill funds next year in 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's 300,000 less than.
Right.
Well,
Can
we
you
what
find
we
300,000 in your department somewhere to make this happen is, I guess, the question.
My suggestion is we go to bid and see what it comes in at.
Yeah.
And then we wouldn't know.
A couple million more.
And then we'll know.
Yeah.
That's kind of my thinking is let's put it at 500 and go from there and reevaluate when we have more information.
But the only issue with that is we have to publish a 6-year plan that is that balances. And so unless you're going to change estimates somewhere, you have to remove 300 because you're on the revenue, unless we're just going to go in on Courtney and just subtract 300,000 from the projected project cost and hope, then the 6-year road plan balances as far as otherwise, because we can't show a negative. We can't publish something that we know won't work unless we're hoping the number will come in.
Right,
And then if we are, then let's put
that's my
that number in there.
recommendation is remove the 300 from Courtney. That way it balances and we discuss once it goes out to bid, or if Public Works comes back and says they don't have any petty cash laying around. to help out.
I guess what's hard for me to understand is we were expecting to do Courtney Road this year, and we were not gonna have another $500,000 in landfill dollars or 800,000 in landfill dollars in order to do it. And so what we've done is we've taken landfill dollars, we put it into your cash balance so that you could do it, the last few years, and you built it up. And the money should already be there, right? Because we were expecting to do it this year, unless we weren't gonna be able to pull
We
it off
weren't
this
gonna
year.
pave, we had to pave it all at once. And I don't know that we anticipated
No.
getting the dirt work done.
It was a 2-year
Yeah, so you get the
plan.
dirt work done in a single season, and next year you pave it, because that there's a paver on the lower end, and then the upper end gets paved, which is a small piece, but you won't get good prices unless you combine it. And do
Which
it
is
all
what
at
we
once.
did.
So that was the plan. So that's why it would carry into the next year, 22, and we'd still need money to finish.
Right. Now we're hoping that we can get it done in a year.
Yeah. If we get out early enough, because this year we were late, just delayed getting our permits and
Right.
right
Yeah.
away.
Right.
And so that was a push. So that was the plan, that we're not gonna make it. So it's a 2-year. Next year, if we get advertised this year, we'll start as soon as there's good weather.
Yes.
Which is very different than this year would have been.
Exactly.
And did we build any inflation in, is the
Yes.
number, because if I'm remembering correctly,
The
the
number went
number has gone up.
We built
because-
COVID inflation.
Right, into the number, and
Well,
that's
did you
part
put
of,
$80 barrel oil inflation into it?
Well, we're hoping that doesn't come, but yes, we built inflation into this number. We look at the estimates all the time and update them as we go. And as we learn more, but yes, the inflation.
right, because I would not expect the numbers that you put in 6 years out to be
No, those,
accurate as we get closer
no,
to
they will change.
they will change.
And,
Maybe they'll go down. Yeah,
but that's why you always make the statement that, remember, only this year is funded.
it's funded, right,
Because when things change,
Right.
just because you're on in 24, doesn't mean you're gonna get built in 24, because inflation could hit. you.
right. Now it's 26.
Well,
Right.
And I'm sure it will hit. So.
Right,
yes.
okay,
So I guess back to the question about how do we show it? Our estimate's built on real costs. So we know what people are bidding today. And that's how our estimate's built. It's not, that's the data that we use. So that's how we We've done that for as long as I've been doing this.
Hmm.
And so and if you look, when we open bids, we're so fairly close.
Usually in the middle.
Okay, so I guess I would say this, what happens when we go to bid and the bid comes back at 150,000 more than your forecast? You're gonna come forward and ask for $150,000 to finish. My point is, let's deduct the 3 right now, and if the bids come in at that, now you ask for 450 to finish. If it doesn't, then they're not there. So you get the funds when you need the funds, not before the funds. That's
Okay,
kind of what I'm.
yeah, and we only take what we need to do the project.
Right.
And that's how we do it.
It's just we have to budget,
Yes.
which means we have to set it aside.
Yeah, I don't have to
If it
spend
doesn't
all I'm
get
saying
used,
is
it comes back, but
we never spend all the budget. I mean, we just don't spend it if we don't need it.
Right.
right, but that's,
It's just the authority to do so. But
Right.
if we
Right.
need to.
and I would prefer to give you the authority later, because I don't want to budget it and then not use it on a year where I might need to use it somewhere else if you don't use it.
So would that be we'd have to amend the
supplement?
budget?
It's a supplemental budget, isn't it?
But I guess, I don't know, could we award, I'm looking at
Without the
Rob,
dollars.
without the dollars? Because if you have to do a supplement, unless you can rush one in, now you've lost time on the front end to
Yeah.
start.
Which defeats our getting it done in a season.
But
Now you trust me.
I know.
Well, I mean, theoretically, if the bid came in at the lowest bid came in at 100,000 more than you're estimating, you don't have the money there, so you would still have to come back and ask for that $100,000.
We'd have to come
So it
back
would be
and
the
we,
same
the
argument,
board would
too.
have to make a decision on, maybe we don't award, like we could open these and it's a $500,000 short. As far as,
Yeah.
it could be, I mean,
Right.
we've
Yeah,
seen that before, and we would have to make a decision on, do we allocate more resources or do we reject all bids and do some, value engineering, we used to call it, which is, this, I don't know what you would do. There, it's kind of all or nothing.
it would be tight because grant funding is such a big part of this,
Of
and the
this,
promises that we made
Right.
to different people.
Right, and that's all I'm saying, is I'm saying if your estimate comes in over 100,000 more, you're gonna come back and ask for that. All I'm saying is come back and ask for 4 instead of 3.
yeah, or, I mean, in the past, when that's happened, we've just not done something else. If it's a
Right.
small enough amount, we just don't do something
Yeah.
else.
Well, I'm
That's
not
on the
saying we
plan.
won't do it.
So I guess where I'm at is right now with inflation where it's at and with oil where it's currently going. We could be off pretty significantly on Courtney Road. All depends on how busy. Hopefully we get out there early enough and people are hungry enough and they're competitive enough and we don't have to worry about it. My personal thought is if we have cash available and we're trying to balance this over the time, I would have no problem pushing off next year's $900,000 on the bridge replacement on Bird Creek, one more year, and burning through some of our cash balance if we have cash in hand and using that on it. But what I do have to do is I do that, the difference between that 800,000 for next year and that 500,000 has to be balanced out. And I'm taking pretty big cuts in a lot of places, and that $300,000 has a use that it needs to be taken to. And so as long as the cash is there, you know what I'm saying, in your actual fund, that we can divert some of that 900 and push the 900 off for the next year. If it's one more year on Bird Creek, well, let's hope that it doesn't blow out, but.
We would do that in 23.
Yeah, that's 23. That's
Right, you're doing it in 23, but you're planning on that. And so you have cash always coming in and cash going out, right? And if you're using $900,000 of cash that came in just that year, or if you're using, because you've got a cash balance, as long as your cash balance can survive that, and then we can build up, and maybe you didn't have the 900 sitting there yet, that would go a lot further.
I don't know how I get revenue and money from 2023 to pay for something in 2022. I don't see how I could do that. I would like to, but I can't, I won't have any money, no cash to do that. And only if we broke it up and did it in 2 and redid the paving in 23 instead of 22. like we're planning.
Well, I guess so in 2020, so as it's written at 800,000 right now in 2022, your ending cash balance is gonna be zero. Is that what you're saying, right?
Your fund balance,
Your fund
I don't have
balance.
the, I don't have the sheet you guys probably do. It's close. It's not a lot.
Yeah, I don't remember what it is.
Yeah, I think it's on that big spreadsheet that Dave has.
Yeah. I have many. Well, there was,
I think say there's a lot of them.
there's a lot of them.
Yeah,
Because
If
that's,
there is, yeah,
if
yeah.
there's $300,000 there in available fund balance, at ending balance,
Yeah.
then you're not taking it from 2020. Three, you know, because it's cash, it's available fund balance that you haven't
Right.
used, that you're not pulling from here, you're just burning down your cash balance a little bit more. That the next year, then we can really start rebuilding. I want to get Courtney done, but I also, you know, if I have to pull 300,000, I might be losing 3 more employees or something somewhere else.
Right, and that's kind of all I'm asking is to reduce the 8 to 5 or the 800,000 to 500,000. Try to make it work with what you have. And if you can't, then we reevaluate and might have to make some harder decisions to make it happen.
Sure.
And
I
if
don't
you,
want to make harder decisions ahead of time.
and if you can't though, what I'm saying though, is I have to build the budget for all the other departments using the same goal. And we also have, you know, our reserved funds and what we have available there that we've burned earning down. And if we need to move $300,000 from our, you know, reserves to get the project done, I understand, but I have to build the budget for not just your department, but for all the other departments. And so that's kind of where I'm trying to understand.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it was obvious or not, but we have to, our minimum fund balance is 330, 320.
yeah, depending on what we have
At the end
for
of the year.
paths and trails. And the only reason it dropped is because we just did Roosevelt. We're in the process of doing that, because it used to be, you know, everybody, well, you got a lot of money there. Well, that was Roosevelt. We collected that only for use on
I have
Roosevelt.
a question about Roosevelt.
Yes.
Grade, why did we not use the overweight fees originally on the initial build when then you came back and asked us to use those fees for an extra 2 inches?
No,
Because the
Why did we not
bids
use them on
came
the original?
in so good.
no,
Yeah.
we used overweight fees 100% for the whole project.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, we had leftovers as. my
No,
point.
because we had the original spec and the bids came in lower, so
Yes.
there was more money left in the overweight fee, and so we authorized,
Okay.
instead of doing this much, we're gonna do this much, because we have enough money in overweight fees. And it's a better investment, because it's not
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
get cheaper over
No.
time.
You're not gonna beat that price.
So no, we didn't use other dollars, and then we only did the additional with the overweight.
Yeah.
That project was
Right.
100% funded with overweight
Right.
fees
It would have been, yes.
and STP
and
dollars.
STP dollars.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, sorry to bypass the
No, no,
question. Back to
okay.
your question, sorry.
So I don't know if it was on, if it's obvious on that sheet or not, but if there are extra dollars, we'll look and it looks like we come back. on
Although one
Thursday.
thing, I think the question, and because I don't, even in all your discussions today, on Thursday also, the third quarter payment, we had to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we omitted making the second half of the payment for this year. So all of your figures are based on the figures you gave me, the fund balances are based on anticipating
$1 million.
500,000, the $1 million
Yes,
in
yes,
21. And I believe on Thursday, we elected to not.
Yes,
But
that's
that-
another, fine, yeah,
So that's another part. Yes, yes.
but it's made up with.
But it's made up with the,
Of the unbudgeted.
Yeah.
Unbudgeted, okay, I
Yes,
just want to be
that's
sure.
the
So
point
we're
we were
that's,
making.
okay,
Yeah.
That's the way I understood it.
yes,
right.
that's.
So I
the
just
point
want to
we were making.
confirm though, that is that's what's covering that, is that there
Yes.
was 500,000 that wasn't in there.
Yes,
and
yes.
that's
Yes.
That's how we're.
There's not an
surviving.
extra $500,000.
And that's my point. There may be
right.
more on unaccounted for revenues next year, that when you come to where you think you might need this 300,000 next May, you might be looking at your budget going, well, I really don't need it.
You're
So
right.
let's hold
Yeah,
on.
that's true.
And that's all I'm saying is rather than taking 300,000 and setting it aside for you that you may not use it, to where I might have to make harder decisions because I might need that 300,000 this year to save from making hard decisions. I'm only asking for you to come back and ask for that, and then we can have a discussion whether it's coming out of reserve or COVID cash or what we're gonna do to finish the project when we need to make that decision versus setting it aside.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. The only thing I would make is I'm not ever gonna look at that money as, this is, there's capital and there's operations. And they're two different groups. I mean, they're not, it's all the same money. But if you're using if you're saving $300,000 to save some, as long as it's another capital thing, I'm okay with that because we can because I already said I'm kind of doing that now, but I'm not going to repurpose capital into operations because operations are ongoing. And then it's like, okay, $300,000 bought me, 3 FTE for a year. What do I do next
Or 3
year?
air conditioners.
Well, no, that I'm willing to, right,
I'm saying
that's an
they're all
actual
expenses.
thing. But
So
as
if
far
it's
as, that-
offset one, offset the other and say.
Right, that's
why
fine,
budget it
but-
and not use it. Is my
right, but I'm just saying you're not going to save FTEs with capital dollars unless, because when we start trading maintenance for people, in the long run, it won't work. You have to maintain your stuff. Otherwise you're just consuming your infrastructure. And in the end, you're still gonna have, those air conditioning units are still gonna have to get replaced at some
Yes.
point.
Well, it gets more expensive
And it gets more
too,
expensive.
because anytime, everybody knows when it's an emergency, could be double, triple the cost. But the problem, especially with the air conditioning units, we keep using that, I'm fine, but that's a good example. But the problem with that is it's 9 months to get one.
Right.
So if we don't actually replace them before they break, you're a year out by the time you do the budget supplement, you go out to bid, you do all that. You're a year with somebody with no ventilation in their office.
Yes, sir.
And Jordan, you might know this, is there a chance that the federal transportation bill passes? Some of that money could flow into some of these 6-year projects, or is it a different?
That's kind of my thinking. We're gonna have a COVID.
There'll be federal dollars and, I don't know where they'll go, what they'll target, but, there's a possibility to fund something.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Yeah, I would hope
We might
bridges,
go
I've heard
through
bridge
by-
dollars
Yeah,
We don't
and,
need this 300,000.
the rest of it, I don't know.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nothing, no, I'm just saying.
Okay.
I mean, we'll do what you want. We want to be, we're trying to be realistic and to not have to come back. I understand that if you want to do it this way, that I'm okay with that, we're trying to get a head start on next year and there's a potential delay at some point in time. I would assume if you agreed to do it, we could move forward with award and contract and all those kinds of things and then be in the process of supplementing. That's probably how we'd have to do it. Right. So,
Well, yeah, I'm not
It's a
really that
decision
concerned
point.
about it because we can move relatively quickly if we need to. And it's
Right.
not like the fund is gonna be broke.
right.
We can.
Because you're-
we can
you're-
move dollars a lot faster than they're gonna build that whole road.
Right.
Right, well, that's
Exactly.
true, so
And so it's not like you're on your last dollar when it happens. And I think, but it is, we're going on faith that we're gonna be good to our word. Or we'll be good to it as far as we're gonna have to make a decision depending on, we'll know when we open bids.
Yeah.
And just like we always do, when bids come in, we don't know, it's a guess, and those come in, and if it comes in over, then we have to have a discussion about how we're gonna do that. And I guess, yeah. So, I think there's gonna be I think there's bigger policy issues with, and if the bids come in and they're totally out of whack and there's just not, then we're gonna have to have a discussion about what we do. If they're not over by much and we want to have I think there is danger when you start sending grants back, that's a bad thing,
Yes.
and you are not, that doesn't mean it's, well, shovel whatever money it takes to make it work. I'm not saying that, but that's a consideration, because you make all these commitments, you go to you go to CRAB, you go to all the different stuff, and you go to the legislature, you get all this, and then you say, we changed our mind, we don't. And it's in the future, when we go and say, wow, we got this thing we want to do, and they're like, yeah, you said that about this other thing, that I spent a bunch of favors getting you money for that project, and then you changed your mind. I'm kind of done with you. I'm gonna go someplace. I'm gonna put those resources where I'm
I
actually
think
gonna,
they're gonna get that.
and where we think they're gonna get that. Right. So that's all. That's my only concern about all of it. I want to make it as sure as we can with any of these in the climate that we're in right now.
We'll adjust, by 300,000 and go from there, see what happens. And
Okay.
we're all hopeful that it will come in less.
And I'm going to use my what extremely limited power I have as a chair, and because we have two former commissioners in the chambers, and I want to acknowledge them. And I'm assuming you were here to watch, listen, or maybe provide some historical context and I want to give you time, because I think any former commissioner that comes into the chamber, it's kind of like they do in the legislature, where you sort of audit, you have for forever, you get a little time. So Commissioner Thayer, or former Commissioner Thayer.
Yeah, just one point that doesn't, it's not the reason I came in, but when you talk about this funding and with Congress and infrastructure bill, the one thing I think you have to remember, and the history has shown in the past, that when there's money out there and there's a lot of work going on, your bids do this.
Right.
So just something to keep in mind. The other reason I came in was I understand there's rumors of before cutting the $1 million. Huge mistake. Huge. You can look at me as the guy that instigated that $1 million thing, along with some help from Commissioner Fry. And the reason for that was we didn't have any money for rural access roads. And these road hearings back in the day, you cannot believe the people that used to come into our road hearings. They would fill this room, halfway fill that hall. And we decided there had to be something to alleviate some of the problems. And the timber companies came in, and the bigger logging outfits, and approached us about getting something done with their roads so they could haul later in the year and earlier in the year. Because they were losing people during the winter time. People go look for their employees would go look for jobs. So we sat down with the timber companies and said, let's figure out a program of what you really need and what we can do. And we started working on those various roads, and there were several of them. And we got most of them done, which allowed those companies to log later in the year and start earlier in the year and keep their employees. That was huge. I guess I don't understand you're pulling $1 million if you really truly are thinking of doing that. What are you designating that money for?
I think the plan right now is to pull some of it and redesignate, and that's the delta on the making the payment. So it still would go to capital. It's on the new county services building. So the difference between Dallasport wastewater is paid off, or will be. Will be. So it's about 550,000. There's about a $500,000 gap between Pioneer Center's paid off, will be paid off. We're gonna pay that off, pay off the last Dallasport. And there's about $500,000 of additional funding that needs to make that payment because we didn't want to stretch the term of the building out past 20 years. And so that was the decision. So the dollars got to come from somewhere. So that was the impetus of even starting the discussion.
Very familiar with both of those projects.
Yes.
Since I was here, and we did those projects.
Yeah. Okay.
What's your income off the landfill per year now?
9.4 million this year.
And you're unwilling to take 10% of that for something that is probably, I can't think of anything that is more important for the economy of this county, and particularly agriculture and timber. And the safety of the traveling citizens of this county.
I'm going to stop you, Mr. Thayer. Those will be great comments during the budget hearing to have, but I'm gonna, because I want to be respectful of the auditors next in line. Commissioner or former Commissioner Sizemore, any insights?
Just would remind everyone in the room that $1 million of landfill revenue, the county, and there is in total, there's a little over $2 million of landfill revenue that actually the county has called tax relief for all the property taxpayers in this county, because they use that money instead of funneling the property taxes into the road fund and then the other different departments that got the other 1.1 or 2 million, whatever that was. So it looks to me like property tax revenues are going to increase because we're selling the mountain off, $2,000 an acre at a time. That's quite a difference than the $300 an acre that it was valued at when it was just supposedly timber ground. We've got solar projects that are permitted and under construction. There's more tax revenues coming in. It would seem to me the cumulative reserve funds, our cash reserves, would be a better place to pull the 500,000 to make your bond obligations than this revenue. And I thank you for your time, and thank you, Brenda.
I have a short report.
Thank you. Gordy?
Just to kind of follow up on the 6 years. So if we adjust the dollars, and Courtney, this plan is good to go out with. Okay, and then we'll get comments and have another opportunity.
And if we could get more time, maybe on Thursday or something, I want to quickly discuss the non-capital list. I'd like to give the history. I brought show and tell.
Yeah, we ran out of time. That's Thursday.
Yes.
I will get you time on
Said,
Thursday.
let's get more time because then we'll talk about that too.
Yes.
One other
Thank you.
point. In regards to why we set up. For over, I'm guessing over 30 years. The road department conversion of property taxes to fund law and justice, which didn't help with building roads and maintaining roads. And I just wanna.
Right, no, that's always a terrible idea. And I know people, there's many counties in Washington are doing it out of just, I guess, necessity, but
They have no choice.
but in the long run, it
Any
doesn't
choice.
work. It means you gotta figure it out.
And I know of several small counties because of serving on the crab board for 8 years. I was fortunate to be one of the 5 commissioners around the state. And also, just for Mr. Christopher's information, I did spend 30 years in public works over that building, so I'm pretty familiar with the road situation.
Right. And I guess I would assume you're here because you were asked to be here. And it's not that I'm opposed to landfill dollars going to public works. But I will say our budget is more than likely a little different than the budget you had when you were here. And the budget Mr. Sizemore had when he was here. And I would invite you both to dig into this budget, see what it is, see what we have to deal with, and you will hopefully better understand the situation that we're in to try to make things balance.
Madam Auditor?
I was not
Thank you
asked.
for your time.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Set the record straight.
Good to see you, gentlemen.
Good to see you.
Good to see you all.
Good morning, Brenda.
I just randomly showed up on the perfect day.
I couldn't comment. I did not talk to anybody. If that's your.
No.
So we're in the middle of an election, as you know. It's been a little tight in our office, but we're making it go. So far, our returns are approximately 15%. And I'm sure they'll go up because we're getting the mail late in the afternoon. So yesterday's mail this morning came in and we had a large amount. So I'm sure that's a low number, 15%. We're going to delay installation of the new Goldendale larger box and relocation of the existing one out here to Centerville until after the general. So I did want to call to the board's attention that statewide we're receiving the elections, community is receiving a lot of public record requests. We've been inundated statewide. Fortunately, we've only gotten a few, but still it's daunting for a small office to get everything they're wanting. A lot of the things they're requesting are copies of the return envelopes, which none of us really want to give out because it has signatures and phone numbers and whatever. So last night, the Secretary of State did sign an emergency rule, WAC and RCW, whatever, that it affects the RCW that prohibits that. The people, if they want to look at them, they can come in and look, but there'll be no cameras, no anything like that.
So can you explain the nature of the request? They want it, they
want everything from all of our seal logs, all of our accountability, they call it the tracking of the ballots. So I'm not going to go reach out to the post office. I'll have to ask post office for that. But anything we have from when we receive the mail, our logs that we keep of when we receive how many ballots from what box in the mail and so forth, all of the seal logs that go into the ballot bags and the ballot boxes to, the seal numbers and require 2 people in, 2 people out,
Right.
all of that. They
Okay.
want all of that.
So this is really about election security.
And my gut feeling, which I have nothing to substantiate, is that I just have a feeling they're headed down the road of trying to discount the validity of vote by mail.
Okay.
just from some of the questions. I mean, you know, I've got one that I postponed until after the general to even reply. It's that long. Anyway, so I was really pleased to hear that the Secretary of State did pass an emergency WAC. The Auditors Association has been working hand in hand with the Secretary on this. Speaking of the Secretary, this morning she accepted a position with CISA, which is, she'll be basically, there's an CNN article, I don't think I brought it, oh, I did, but she's accepted a position. She'll be one of the lead persons, if not the lead person, because she just had a meeting with us a few minutes before I came down, for election security for the nation. So at this point, and her deputy has taken a position elsewhere because they knew this might be coming. So the governor will have to appoint someone. So it's kind of scary because Kim has gone up through the ranks through the auditors, and she's worked as an employee. She's been the county auditor in Thurston and then the Secretary of State for many years, done a rock star job. So that was just announced this morning. Under finance, SAO audit's still incomplete at this point, still working on the investment issues. Same old scenario I gave you last month. I did submit a supplemental budget request for purchase of an electronic time and attendance. It should say program, but the sentence isn't complete. Sorry. And I'm being optimistic. When approved, this will eliminate the use of paper for all your payroll related functions such as timesheets, leave slips, and so forth. It'll all be done electronically, and I know that we'll have to have more discussions about this, and the vendor is more than happy to give a presentation to the board if they would like it. I have a copy of that attached here for you. Almost forgot it, and I got home about 7 o'clock last night, and I got on my laptop and sent Jen an email she's not in here at the last second. I was like, oh, licensing, the plate inventory shortages have been improving, so they are providing more plates. They've gotten their aluminum. They're trying really hard to get everybody's orders filled. This hasn't really affected us yet, but those counties that it has, they've issued a bunch of temporaries, which they'll have to follow up with license plates. I don't know how they're doing that to keep track of their customers. So I'm sure glad we're not in that mix of that mess. There's still issues, but it's not a crisis kind of like it was before. So document recording continues to increase. I was advised by staff last Friday that multiple documents for the SDS transfer had gone through. I don't know if she's still receiving any or not yesterday because I was buried in ballots. That's about the best I can put it. That's why I was late getting my supplemental request turned in. So overall, nothing new for the VSO. He's going to take a day off on Friday the 12th, so the White Salmon office will be closed. Questions?
What is the NT 8000 biometric terminal?
Okay, on the back here. Those are ones where you use a fingerprint, I believe. And they also, I'll have to look at what ones.
Because I'm guessing there's like 8 of them, because they're $22.90 a piece for a total of 16,000.
Right. So we went through and there were, I don't remember, I have to look at the detail that I have on my desk. If they're the visual recognition or not, or just the fingerprint, so that one person can't come up to the terminal it's like a time clock, to sign in, and then also do the same thing for his friend Joe or friend Mary or whatever the case might be.
Like the old days of, oh yeah, you put my time card in. for me.
Right, exactly.
I'll be there, I promise.
So this implementation would, when they come in, they would attach it to the proper bars codes and job class and so forth. So that, you know, when I would come in, if I was an employee that had to show my time, it would say, oh, that's Brenda, and she goes to the auditor's office. Oh yeah, her time is split between these, you know, so that it would kick out correctly. I see Dan with the highlighter. It's better than a red pen. Better than a red pen, but that's coming next, I'm sure.
That would be black pen.
Okay. So it will save hours and hours of time in my estimation. Right now, we've had an issue with, during COVID especially, we accepted scanned, unsigned timesheets. And now we have timesheets coming back in that are signed, and Nicole has to go through and check them from what we paid and what they submitted. And many times they're submitting something different than what we paid. We are, and then we have to go do a payroll correction and so forth. We're at least a year, if not a year and a half behind with filing and with our scanning of timesheets. We're just, it's,
Well, that's kind of my question here, when kind of goes off of Jake's, Mr. Anderson's question about 7 biometric scanners. Are you like planning on having them in the hallway on this floor and that floor?
no,
I mean,
no.
where are these 7 scanners?
So you
gonna be
have-
located?
White Salmon Shop.
Okay.
Pioneer Center.
Okay.
Glenwood Shop. This is just off the top of my
Right,
head.
right.
The Bickleton Shop, one at the entry over here, one at one of the entries here, one in each building, basically.
So one in each building, and when people come in, they will biometric
Or-
themselves in and biometric. themselves
Or they can log onto their computer and they can, and sign in that direction. But you have people that are casual employees or employees that do not have computers.
in. Right,
So that will accommodate that.
right, makes sense. Okay.
And then they log in, and then their time has to be approved by their supervisor, and depending on how many layers, it'll go right on up. And until that final supervisor clicks the OK button, it doesn't come to us for payment. We can see what is out there, and we can call people and say, hey, you need to approve your department's time
That will
sheets.
get rid of these.
Yes,
And how will this enter into if we're gonna look at doing a, bigger system of more expensive?
they integrate, they have a whole list of vendors that they integrate with, and I'm going to talk to IT about sending a sample of I know they integrate with Kayenta because Klickitat has been on it for years, but they want a certain file from our system to make sure. Because I said, I know you integrate with Kayenta, it is not on here, but Kayenta is not one of the more, what do you call it, I want to be professionally correct, and I can't think of the right term. They're not one of the more
Preferred.
common softwares that are purchased anymore. But they have a whole list, and it's not a problem.
And then the other systems that we're looking at buying, do they have this integrated into their systems?
Well, we haven't looked at any systems yet, but they can be added onto them, or it can be dropped. The first with
There's
this.
no 2-year contract kind of thing.
This would be, I think, I'm sure there's an escape clause, and I haven't seen the contract because this is just a quote.
Right.
But the first 5 years, this discount is available that I gave you here through if we commit or sign on by the end of the year. And I would like to get it going sooner than later. I would like to have all the
So
bugs worked out.
the question to the earlier question,
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
are, because I'm still a
Right.
little. So we have, at least committed that we're gonna look at a new financial system.
Yes,
So I think the question I would have, so this is time and attendance, are some of the financial systems that we're looking at have this not this system, but a system?
I
in
do
there?
not know that.
And then, because we don't know which one,
So that's what.
so I don't want to necessarily pay twice if I'm
Right,
if
But-
I'm buying it where it's already an included
Or you could
feature,
drop.
or
this
you
one.
could drop
I was
this
gonna
one
say,
out,
we
or
need to have an
vice versa.
escape clause that we can get out of this.
Right.
It's like 90 days or whatever,
Okay.
that, I mean,
Right, that's all I asked for.
yeah, so,
I don't want to be committed for 5 years on it if we end up with a
I-
finance,
yes.
which we understand, we're going to be using Kayenta for
a while,
a
yeah.
couple years anyway. And so,
Mhm.
but, in say years, 4 and 5, if the new system has
All
the
of the features.
equivalent of this
Mhm.
we're
we
already
just-
paying for it,
yes.
then we drop this.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, that's something I talked to her about, and she
Okay.
said that was doable, but she again is a sales rep, so.
Right, everything's doable.
What is the budget O and M? What is O and M?
The answer is, oh, yeah.
Auditor's O and M is for, those are items that are spent to the benefit of the greater part of the county. That's why your insurance is paid out of there, the bonds, all of that kind of
But things
stuff.
like this can't be out of that. fund.
It could come out of O&M, but it's still, you know, this is an auditor function. It
Right,
doesn't
well,
really,
I'm questioning because you have excess in your O and M this year, so.
well. Okay, auditors O&M, I'm thinking, no,
You just
no,
really
okay.
want to have a- Go
No.
ahead, go ahead, you're.
I'm
Your
thinking of
guts
the
are-
auditors non-departmental when I speak of
Yeah.
that. The auditors O&M is, or, no, the
I
audit,
just
yes.
thought it was-
I know there's about $400,000 in there. I realize that. And that is for retention of documents and preservation of documents, and it is a restricted fund.
The
This,
document.
this will not qualify for that, but auditors non-departmental is what I thought you were talking about to start with. And you did say O&M, but my brain went to non-departmental.
No, it's the restricted fund.
Right, well, and I get it. I was just thinking documents and time card are documents.
Mhm. So anyway.
So did, you went out and you solicited multiple vendors and this is the best one you found?
I did
or-
not, and they are not on the state bid list, but there is this other thing that other counties are using, and I can't think of the name of it. I've given it to Dave with the finance committee. I can't remember the name of it, but basically you go through them and they have whatever, and I need to research it. So I know, because I said my PA is gonna be all over this because it's over my threshold to go out for competitive bidding. She said, oh, no, you know, so I haven't looked at that piece of it yet.
Yeah.
But that's the same thing we got told about the consultant. Remember, Dave? Yeah, when I brought that up, so.
Yeah, you can go, you know, it's like a state bid, but it's the other, you can hook on to somebody has gone through a competitive process and
It's
you're
piggybacking,
piggybacking on somebody
But
else.
this
These
is-
guys aren't included,
huh?
but this company isn't included, correct?
I don't know if there's another county in the state that has done this or another city that has done this that we could piggyback off of. What I said was they're not on the state bid list. Okay,
I will say, thank you for looking into it. More information would be great. I know
Oh, yeah.
you're busy.
I just realized yesterday.
My brain is, the first thing is it the biometric terminals? Is there a better, cheaper way for us to do that?
Well, that would be something with the presentation that they could give you. And if you wanted, you could have it remotely. She could just send it to you guys. You know, or you guys could log on, but that's what we did. We had a presentation and it was Heather and I, and Nicole was out. We didn't realize they're going to go through a whole presentation. And I said, we have to have more people in on this than just us. So we had one over at IT and there was Jeff was involved and Rob, and I don't remember who all was there, honestly, without looking at my calendar invite, but there were numerous people in that and saw the whole presentation. So I believe Rob was favorable to it, but that would be something you would want to talk to him about. I don't want to speak for him. So. Okay,
Thank you.
that's,
Thank you.
my basic report was short. This was the bomb shell, sorry.
We can't wait to see what the discussion is over new financial software.
We're working on that one.
That'll be the next term with whoever's got my seat next time.
Isn't it tomorrow, Wednesday? Yeah, tomorrow. Don't we have a meeting tomorrow?
Oh, God, we do.
Yeah, I know. So
I had, is that? Yeah, it is tomorrow.
2 weeks so that
Oh,
Gordy
it
could bring
is.
back his
Oh,
proposal.
no, that is tomorrow.
Oh, no.
I had already,
Did you have other commitments?
no, I don't. It was to not have a commitment.
You were so.
I was so excited about, I don't have a commitment, but
I
I
am
forgot
so
I do.
sorry.
Yes, sir.
Don't you have union negotiations?
Yeah, no, actually, I'm,
I think I'm the only one sitting in the.
Right.
Oh, okay.
I get to be out of the room, so I can be the bad guy.
There's a question mark there because I didn't know who's actually going to attend.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Well, no, I meant this meeting tomorrow.
it's not on the calendar.
What time is it?
I think 9 o'clock.
Mm,
Is that now?
It's in the afternoon, I think. Let me-
Is it in the afternoon? I don't know.
Let me look.
I blocked it out because I forgot
Negotiations are new.
noon, right?
tomorrow.
Finally,
I have it at
available by
1.
phone to say no.
I have it at
That's okay.
It has Jake Sheedy negotiations from 9 AM to 11 PM, so.
It's like.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a
you
good
betcha.
day there.
It's gonna
I'm
be
just gonna
interesting.
show up and let Rob do the talking.
Yeah,
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, okay.
Okay, I'm out of here. Thanks.
So maybe
for-
I will be here, because I have to be here at 1 o'clock anyway. I'll probably just
Yeah,
come
you
and do.
Might as well join us.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry for going into your time a little bit.
All
Okay, all right.
Mr. Sheriff.
Huh?
Oh, well. Killed today.
Hey, we're a logging county.
Yeah.
We're supporting the timber. Thanks, sir.
And that's not the pile, there's other piles too.
There is the tree right there.
That's the tree. And then I have another tree over here. Oh, which I brought to talk to Brenda about, but I didn't dare. It was the guide to redistricting.
Oh,
It
yeah.
was like, we have it, I mean, no, I'll go, I'll talk to her tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
Gentlemen and ladies. To start out with, there were a total of 4,291 calls for service from the first year to October 25th. In addition to the calls for service, deputies served a total of 932 civil papers during the same time period. Second item, I was contacted by a citizen, and I told him I would. Wanted me to ask the Board of County Commissioners if they would consider adopting a resolution making Klickitat County a sanctuary county against mandatory vaccinations. And I said, well, you probably need to contact the board yourself. And he asked if I would, and that's what I'm doing. November 11th at 10 a.m. We will be attending the Veterans Day Parade in Goldendale, which is usually a pretty good parade. Chief Civil Clerk, Budget Manager Karen England, will provide the County Board of Commissioners an update on
Keep
the audit
talking, Mr. Sheriff.
request,
I'm listening.
a request and documentation. Also, please refer to Under Sheriff Timothy Nair's attached press release for a life-saving event conducted by first responders over the weekend in Klickitat River. Under Sheriff Nair will also give a briefing on all-gap and KCSO drug take-back program, which also occurred over the weekend. And attached, I won't read through it all, but attached, you'll have a copy of Chief Jail Deputy Harmon Knox jail activity report. And Chief Knox goes in for knee surgery, replacement surgery today, probably out of surgery by now, and will be off for a couple of weeks. Under Sheriff Neer and Jail Sergeant Doug Gillum will be contacts with the jail. And if it's okay with the board, I'll have Tim go over his information, then Karen after. Okay, great.
On Saturday, October 23rd, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., the Drug Enforcement Administration's National Prescription Drug Take-Back campaign was underway. Klickitat County Sheriff's Office, along with the Washington Gorge Action Program, partnered up with DEA for this event. We took back approximately 110 pounds of various drugs, prescription drugs and things of that nature. So it's very successful in that. I've got a press release here that we released yesterday. So on October 24th, 2021, around 12:37 hours, Klickitat County 911 operators received a call reporting a 58-year-old male with heart issues who was on the Klickitat River south of the Fisher Hill Bridge. The Dallasport medics, as well as volunteers with the Lisle Fire Department, responded to the call. At around 12:55 hours, the Dallasport medic arrived, and shortly after arriving, requested the Klickitat County Sheriff's
office search and rescue respond with the rope rescue team to assist in accessing the patient. Reserve Deputy Tim Harden and Deputy Eric Beasley responded to the call, or responded to assist with the call. Reserve Deputy Harden and Deputy Beasley grabbed a transport litter and began working their way down to the patient. Several members of the Lisle Fire Department and the Dallasport medics were able to get to the patient and called for a helicopter to assist in lifting the patient out of the canyon. Due to weather conditions in the canyon, the Washington State Emergency Operations Center advised it was unknown if a helicopter would be able to be deployed. The helicopter was not deployed to the call. Sheriff's Posse volunteer Matt Marks responded to the scene with a boat capable of navigating the Klickitat River. The patient was loaded into the posse volunteer Marks's boat, and the patient was transported to the boat ramp at the Lisle Point. Once at the boat ramp, the patient was turned over to the Dallasport medics and transported to the hospital for medical care. Sheriff Sanger would like to thank all of the volunteers and first responders for their assistance in this call. This is a great example of the partnership the Klickitat County Sheriff's Office has with its volunteers and first responders, including the fire departments and ambulance services, working together to respond to emergencies within Klickitat County. Sheriff Sanger would like to personally recognize the 911 operators and Sheriff's Posse volunteer, Matt Marks, for their incredible coordinating and heroism in handling this case. Great job, everyone. I've got two other things.
Just for my own
Sure.
interest. So it's below Fisher Hill.
Yes,
We're obviously.
about 100, I believe they said about 100 feet south of the falls itself.
Okay, so
So
right,
it's
right.
Very
yeah,
dangerous area.
Yeah.
Our boats would not reach that.
Yeah, I'd say so. Obviously it must have been upstream of the
Yeah.
slack water.
Yeah, he has a flat bottom boat. He did sustain a little bit of some minor damage to the bottom of his boat. We talked with him about that yesterday.
Okay, good. Cool.
Commissioner Sauter, you attended a community council meeting in Dallasport where we discussed the lowering the speed limits
Oh, yeah.
on Highway 14. I've been working with Frank. I can't remember his
Cole, I
last.
think.
Yeah. So him, I did draft a letter of support and I did submit that to the Washington State Department of Transportation. Sheriff Sanger and I met with Nate Hobenhoff, who's the state patrol sergeant for this area. And we discussed some of the stuff related to that. They're waiting for some engineering input before Sergeant Hobenhoff kind of provides his opinion on that. But I did submit that letter and Frank was provided a copy of my letter as well. So. Yesterday, there was a shooting in Boise, Idaho at a shopping mall. It's a little ways away, but some of the information in that shooting is important for everybody in Washington State to know. So around 1:50 p.m., there was a report of one person was shot and down. This came into the Boise Police Department. When officers arrived, they saw someone that matched their description of the suspect. Shortly thereafter, there was an exchange of gunfire that ensued, resulting in the officer's injury as well as the suspect being taken into custody. So this was, by reading all the different reports that I've been able to come up with, it sounds like they get a report of the shooting, they respond there to get a description of the person. The person that they have identified is already leaving the area. Under the new changes in Washington state law, severely limits what we can do. In the past, we would, basically train for this type of scenario. We'd go over and confront that person. We were able to use some type of force to detain that person. Under the new Washington state law, we actually have to have probable cause to arrest that person for a particular crime. In the past, if we had reasonable suspicion that somebody providing us a description of somebody, we identify somebody that matches that description and we go contact that person. We can, or we were able to detain them in the past. We are not able to do so anymore. So it is important to understand that the changes in the laws in Washington State, there are going to be some serious safety issues on the public. That's what I have on this.
So within the packet, I have just a draft of my proposal, request for proposal. The dates in that draft are just placeholder dates. And we will be updating those after the PA approves the document. We'll put the actual dates in. So please don't worry about that. Bottom line, we're probably with less than 24 hours in sending this over to the prosecuting attorney's office for approval and then sending it on to you for your approval for the body worn camera and integration within our vehicle cameras. It's outlined on page 5 as to all of the items that we are requesting. So it should be a very simple process. We've got a grading scale that I believe will be an easy way for us to make a decision quickly once we receive these. Within this RFP, I've asked Under Sheriff Neer to be the point person because I will be unavailable until after Thanksgiving. And so he will take all of the questions and receive all of the proposals when they arrive. Any
For
questions?
Karen.
With the incorporation of the current watch guard camera system, are other vendors and contractors able to incorporate that in, or are we in essence putting ourselves into a very small select pool that can bid on that if we require that?
If they want to give us the new cameras for their system, that's going to be one of the questions that they have to address is, will their system work? Do we have to run 2 systems simultaneous until they replace it? So part of this is a information gathering exercise. We're not going into it with the opinion that this is the vendor and we are writing the RFP to meet the vendor. We're writing the RFP to get the information so that we can determine which vendor.
So I just want to make sure that it's not written in a way that other vendors won't go, well, there's nothing we can do. We don't incorporate.
That's we're meeting this afternoon to make sure that like making word corrections so that it doesn't come across that way
Okay.
before it goes to the PA.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, that was my big,
Yeah.
I
'Cause you
want to
wanna
have
have
it truly competitive.
competitive where it's not
Right.
just written for, it's like, oh, we really know. So we're just, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Okay, good. No, all right, thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, have any questions on?
I just have one, I have been attending the drug and alcohol prevention, the classic, and I know share, that was all kind of pre-COVID when because they're still only
Right.
meeting virtually. And so they are still having meetings, and we had a meeting last Wednesday, and it's the once a month thing. And I had committed to asking to if yourself or under Sheriff Neer could, not every month, but maybe once a quarter if someone could attend.
I believe I had somebody reach out to me and invite me to some previously.
Okay.
We'll make sure somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
I
right.
had a scheduling conflict on one of the ones. There's been a couple of.
No, I
coalitions
understand
I've been asked.
completely because I had scheduling conflicts for about a year.
Yeah, yeah.
Is this the Lyle?
It's the Lyle, it's Klickitat Lyle.
Substance
Substance abuse, yeah. It's a good group.
Yeah.
And it's been a struggle with the virtual and it's hard to have interactions with kids if you can't
Yeah.
actually interact with them.
Yeah.
And although I think hopefully that will, we're going to be at an end on that.
In fact,
eventually.
I attached to your packet there that organization put out where you can take your drugs.
Right. Oh, and yeah, and I was gonna comment on that. That was good, because that is one of the, is in the plan. And the reason they especially want some input from law enforcement, it's like every 5 years, they have to redo their plan. And so that's this year's work project is so they want to have interactions with law enforcement, because they were asking a bunch of questions about, well, what do you think? It's like, these are I know people that deal with this stuff every day. You know who a really good resource would be? It'd be, and I'm also going to reach out to juvenile because I know they have participated in the past too. And it's like the two groups that can have really accurate, can have some suggestions about things are you folks and the juvenile folks.
We need to be there.
Yeah.
So, and they are, because they have pretty good participation still from the schools and the stuff. And so, but they only see one piece of it. And, an old broken down county commissioner doesn't have.
Do you know when the next one?
It's on my calendar. It's always it's one Wednesday a month. I
Okay.
can look at mine and give you the date because they're scheduled from now
Or
until.
would you be able to just send me an email or maybe just like a reminder or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
that
I
would
can tell
be
you the
great.
date right now as far as just so you know. It is on November 17th at 5 o'clock. And it is 5 o'clock. I keep thinking it's at 5:30. And I have gone the last two meetings where I was doing something and I went in to get ready to be, and the thing went off that said, oh, your meeting starts in 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, I'm filthy, dirty, I was rolling around out in the dirt. So
We have
I'm gonna turn my camera off.
Yeah, we have a conference that week. But I should be able to be back. Access to my computer at least by 5. So.
Okay. Okay, great. Well, I fulfilled my duty. Perfect. Asking, so.
Excellent.
Okay, great.
Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
That's all I had. Anything else for these gentlemen and lady? No. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for all your hard work on that, Karen.
Yes. Yeah, really. You need a full-time RFP writer.
That we would have to know everything about everything.
Everything about everything.
Same thing with like a full-time grant writer. It's like, oh, why can't we just have one of those?
Because
Well,
they're
because
all
money.
different money. Well, and the requirements are different.
And money.
And money. No, there's that.
Having worked with a lot of soft money operations, there's nothing more important in terms of money than the grant writer.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you don't have an operation without.
Without the grant money.
I asked Brenda that when she called me last night, she was telling me about her time card thing, and I'm like, well, have you looked to see if there's any grant money out there? She's like, no, but that's a good idea. The problem is I wouldn't even know how to start doing that. It's like, I was talking to Jen earlier, I'm like, I wonder how much, I mean, I understand if some grants come with way too many strings and they're not worth it, I get it, I get it. But they're not all like that, and I wonder how much opportunity we don't have or don't take. It's kind of like Ruby, when she starts and gets over there, and now we got 600 grand worth of more grants coming in over there than what used to be. And it makes a big difference. And how many are we not capitalizing on because we don't have any in this county?
Anything else for the good of the
I
order?
do.
I'm gonna take Miss Lee first. Okay. Commissioner
She-
Christie.
She's probably gonna mention the same thing I was gonna mention, maybe.
I don't know.
Color copy machines, sir. We need to have a discussion on whether we want to allow color copy machines in the new building, whether we want to transition out of black and white, at least in some departments, or at least one per floor over there. I know our financial person would like to make sure she has access to a color copier. I have Rob checking with IT to see what, how that works, how we get out of do we have to continue to pay the lease on a black and white if we get a color, or will they transition it and extend your contract, or how does that work? Rob's checking on those, but it's one of those things that if we're gonna do any part of that, it would probably behoove us not to pay twice and not make him move this copier over there and then the following week move it out and move the color one in, because we're gonna be paying twice. Because that's so, for now, keep that in your head.
So what do you,
Come
I
back
mean, what do
with
you, I don't know what we have now versus what,
Well, we've,
because we have some, I mean, we have capability, but it's not easy. I know that.
right, the color copiers in the hallway here at the courthouse.
Right.
Which continues to whatever. The only other ones I heard from is when we were doing our COVID fund stuff, proposal, what do you want in your department thing? I believe it was building that wanted a El Cheapo Office Max $4,000 color copier to not use all the time, but occasionally. So you might have, that might be cheaper than the fancy machine. And that's fine. I just know that at least, other than that, that is the only person I've heard complaining about a color copier, other than potentially HR when they get over there. Because they have to print things for new hires and whatnot that is gonna need to be color. I think you might want to at least have one color copier on each floor. You got one in planning. If you put one in commissioners and you put one in HR, you at least have one per floor.
Do you have a comment? Ms. Jen?
The courthouse has just the one color copy, the other one is the county, but the only other one.
Is in Public Works, isn't it? Yeah.
They're all-
And I think the reluctance in the past was just the cost is that, and although I believe employees, if they're
The cost if this was all color.
right, is that you don't, just be respectful as far as that, I have that one on my home. For some reason, its default is color. And I'm always having to,
Well, it's like
before I
Rob
push
said,
print, I change it to black.
like Rob said, we can have them set default to black and white.
Right.
So he's gonna check in and give us more information. I just think, when, do you know when they were planning on doing the color copier move? The copy machine move? Nobody knows. I'll put it as a question for.
No,
Rob.
and the issue potentially too would be, because the current contracts went through an RFP and it was a competitive process because it's a big number. And it was competitive where it got kind of nasty, as I recall.
Right, but I'm saying, so you're saying that if you switch one or two copiers from black and white to color?
No,
you
I don't
have to
know.
go RFP again?
No, I don't know. I don't know where we're at in the, like, when we were gonna go out anyway,
I think they were coming up on,
on the time to go do it again anyway, I believe.
Rob would be the best one to talk to. on that.
Yeah.
I planted a seed, maybe I'll go.
Yeah.
Plant a more in-depth seed at lunch. Hopefully Shelby can get us some information by the end of our day today.
Okay. Yeah, because I'd be curious. I just know that you're before, we can't just extend maybe we can't, maybe it's in the current contract. We could and change out some things and do, which I'm open to that. I just know it was the last time we did it. It's a highly competitive, nasty business locally. And
Well, that's because they're making bank.
yeah. Well, and somebody else that they were
Somebody else
definitely
wants to
fighting
make all
with
the
each other.
profit.
And there was, I think we had a challenge, in fact, if I'm recalling, because we chose, and then one of the losers was rattling their,
I think the
Sabres.
year contract was,
I don't know, it's surprising for the whole thing. It's a lot.
no, I'm saying
It's
how
kind of
many
a-
years was it?
I want to say it was a 5-year, maybe it was only 3 years.
I don't remember.
I don't remember, you're asking me for time and it seems like, oh, it was just yesterday,
Just
but that might have
yesterday,
been 5 years ago. It wouldn't have been more than
No, I know the
5.
cost is insane. I was just curious
Yeah.
how long a contract.
It's
was.
either 3 or 5 or somewhere in between.
I think the one had expired and then we were able to re-enter into a continuation. So. but
Oh,
I
maybe
don't-
that's what happened. We went out to
Yeah,
bid and
RFP
we,
was the time before that.
and we just ended up extending after we looked at. I don't know. I just remember it got nasty and I got called at home by the losers to say what a piece of work we
I
were,
think the gentleman even came in and addressed the whole board.
was, yeah.
Well, that sounds like a nice company that you really want to work with.
We
in the
really
future.
did want to work with it. It's like, really? Do you really think you're helping your K-City? But
In the future.
yeah, in the
20 years from now,
future,
you
yeah, a
might-
couple years like, oh yeah, I remember you.
I just wanted to kind of cover Thursday
Yeah.
with you guys.
Okay.
We do start at 9. Jen kind of wanted to have an introduction, and then I had scheduled Public Works, Public Health, Economic Development, the auditor, the treasurer, and seniors to come in to address certain questions. And do you guys, I had allotted only 15 minutes. Do you think you need more time with Public Works? If
Yeah, definitely, because
Is
we
it
didn't
an hour
even,
too
we didn't even
much?
get to the,
Public Works is gonna need more time. The rest of those that are mine, reality, 5 minutes is probably enough.
I did
Right.
15 just for questions.
Well, I wasn't even gonna have Brenda and Greg, because I figured they could fill in when we're waiting for somebody else to get in the hot seat. I can do my 5 minutes there and then whoever
Okay, so
shows up.
you don't want them on the agenda?
It doesn't, they're gonna be here anyway,
Well,
so,
and I know.
yeah, it doesn't matter. I would hate to say 15 minute, 15 minute, 15 minute, and then we're killing time for 10 minutes in between.
I don't think we will. I think people will be
However,
here.
they said most of mine are little 5 minute deals, so.
Do you think an hour for Public Works is too long?
I'd like to say yes, but I'm afraid to say that
could
I
say we
think we'll
could-
use it.
If we don't, we can just start on the rest of it.
I guess if we put them like right before lunch, then we could, if we burn into our lunch, we burn into our lunch. If we get done, we get done.
So you want Public Works closer to lunch instead of first?
Yeah, because I know they want to go, I'm assuming, because Jeff had a artifact with him to talk
I
about
think
the
that's-
capital.
Yeah,
non-capital,
capital, yeah.
The stuff, the reductions. I'm fine with starting with them, but I think we should allot at least 45 minutes.
Okay, I like that too. Okay,
And if my seatmates, I mean, I can keep us to 45 minutes if we, if we're done, it's like we only have 45 minutes, so adjust accordingly.
Works for me.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like the REIT change is gonna give them the capital budget back anyway.
Well, except that some of it is possibly as far as for 2022, yeah.
Well, they should be getting a big bump from the
Right.
SDS.
So it should be kind of a non-issue in the short term. Other than we have to authorize the expenditure, even otherwise it sits in the fund. Because it can't spend money that's not budgeted to be spent, even if it's, because there's fund balance in that capital fund right now. They're not proposing to spend it for nothing. But
Right,
yeah,
and my problem with the capital fund was not that the money isn't needed or could be used or whatever, but I think we're trying to build the Taj Mahal when we don't need to build the Taj Mahal. The 200,000 to redo this office space, and if we have some kind of a vote or a say-so in correcting that, then we could make budget changes that way. If I have to just pick a number, and you have to live with it, then that's what I have to do. But if I can say, no, 200 is way too much. Let's do this, then that fixes the problem without having to go.
Okay, well, I suspect seeing what they brought
Yeah,
for
no,
today,
they know
on
that's-
Thursday, this
that's
is
a
what we're. gonna be
Wild hair
talking
on my list, but that's something, that same idea, we might have to talk with juvenile about access to their private bathroom.
Why that's.
Why that's there, but I don't know that he needs to be in here for a 5-minute discussion on that.
I
Is
think
that kind
most
of
of
affects
that
him,
juvenile
so-
is out on quarantine at the moment,
That's what I understand.
as well as a good part of the road crew.
Yeah. The gold. Okay, anything
How does that
else?
work, like in the winter time, if they're supposed to be driving a snowplow, when they quarantine in a snowplow by themselves?
I kind of wonder about, I mean, myself personally, if you are,
Not near other people.
you're not near other people and you're not really gonna interact with any other people, why do we even care?
Well, we just got rid of the state just got rid of a whole bunch of.
I know, and that's,
Well,
and I'm not
they're
saying
fine
I
over here, I'm
agree
sure.
with that, but it's the same thing if I just live, if I'm living
I
in
mean,
my
we're gonna have,
truck by myself.
that's the point, my point is, this winter, we might run into that, so we might wanna figure that out.
They should be immune by.
Yeah.
Well, I know, I've heard of people having COVID 3 times
Ah,
now, so
Did they test positive 3 times?
that's the
Or they-
rumor.
That's crazy.
That's, well, but you said that's the rumor.
As I said, that's why I said rumor, because it's.
Right.
As with everything,
Yeah, you
Dick
don't
Dale,
know.
everything is secondhand information.
Right.
It has probably been twisted to be a political narrative
I do know a family that.
that has a 3-time repeater.
Had it twice. And
Twice.
she's vaccinated.
And she's vaccinated?
And tested positive. It was
Was it over a long period of time or is it just like a,
6 months.
wow, that's a pretty long period? of time. Some people are more susceptible than others.
Well, that's like the 3-time thing. I don't know. It could have been over the last year and a half. It could have been every 6 months. I'm like, out of curiosity is how long those antibodies stay in there, and nobody's done any science,
Did you have any changes to the Pearson letter? Dr. Pearson letter?
No, I'm single kidney.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure before we sign something.
Yeah.
Find it.
Is
Anything
that
else
letter
before?
in one of the packets, or do you have that separately?
It is in the sign folder.
Yeah.
It's not really noted on your agenda because it will go directly back to the health department to obtain the other signatures.
Right.
Because it's from the Board of Health. It's not
I just
from.
need to know which
just-
folder.
Yeah,
to look at,
we'll
so I
make
don't
sure.
just- yeah.
I would not do that to you. Here. There's.
Slip this one out.
No,
I won't right now.
no, just
Put a
leave
line
it.
through it,
Yeah,
it's good
that's-
enough.
Yeah.
That is,
Come on, don't be afraid. I did.
well, yeah, but writing no on a letter like that is rude.
Yeah.
And I won't be.
I like,
I won't
a
be
line
rude
is
about it.
better.
It's-
Yeah.
It's more,
A line is better than no.
but there's no or nay, or, yeah, it's just, it's a little more classic. So that's what it'll be. Feel free to line for me. So I don't accidentally sign
No,
it.
I think I'm ready for a motion to adjourn for lunch or recess for lunch.
I'll say.
We have a motion, a second to recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. We're recessed, I guess. Order, let the record show all commissioners are present. We'll start first with our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chairman, make a motion to approve the business agenda as presented.
Second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the business agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. That, I don't believe we have any minutes that we're going to approve today. So that moves us right to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners on items that are not on the agenda later. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. I will start in chambers, if there is. Go ahead, sir.
Greg Wagner with Cease. Mr. Christopher, your email of September 22nd in which you attacked me with your defamatory libel statements violates RCW 7.96. I am demanding a clarification and correction as set forth in RCW 7.96. If you refuse to comply with this matter, it will be decided in the courts. I'd like to know what RCW gives you the authorization to recuse yourself from any solar decision. What's your reason for recusing yourself?
When you're done, I will address.
What is the number of the RCW? Now that you recused yourself, if there's any discussion about solar in the chambers, you'll have to leave because you can have nothing to do with solar. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Souter. You stated we have solar ordinances last week on the KLCK radio. Where are they? Are they somewhere? Are they somewhere in the?
No.
No,
Finish your
okay.
statement, then I'll answer.
You said that we have setbacks in the CUP. I don't know where those are. You said we must update the comprehensive plan so that we can have solar ordinances. But Mucci Lindblad sent me the comprehensive plan and there's already language in there for solar. So why do you need to update it?
Didn't you just answer your first question?
No, I don't think so. I'm asking you,
Continue.
you know, you said that we didn't have any ordinances or any word in the language in the comprehensive plan. That's why you needed to update it so we could put solar ordinances. You don't remember that on the radio? Okay. Well, Douglas County, I called there, they have a comprehensive plan and they have renewable energy ordinances written in there just like ours. That's why they were able to update there and put in solar ordinances. So why can't we do that here? They have to abide by the same RCWs, do everything in Douglas County as we do here. I don't understand why that's a big deal. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. We'll give Commissioner Christopher an opportunity if he wishes.
If he relinquishes the floor and has a chair, I will.
You can talk, Dan. Nothing to say, huh?
I'll respond later when you relinquish the floor, sir, and sit down.
You want to sit down.
I don't have to sit down.
You don't. I don't have to respond.
Good.
I'm assuming that concludes your comments.
Well, I just want to know, since he's recused himself, when they talk about solar, does he have to leave the chambers?
Okay.
Mr. Anderson did in the past.
Yes, go ahead.
The reason I recused myself from anything having to do with Carriage or Solar is because it has brought forth a appearance of fairness that since the members of CEAS have publicly stated that I have a house in Belize or Bermuda or some one of those countries paid for by solar. Solar paid for a new boat. Solar paid for a new truck. None of those are true, by the way. The citizens of CEAS question my ability to make sound judgments and sound choices since I tend to have a drinking problem. And I wanted to clarify to the people by recusing myself that I don't have a bias. And in recusing myself, I'm removing any bias I might have that the citizens of CEAS think I have. So that should make you happy. I would think. Yes, I'm done.
As to whatever I said on KLCK about solar ordinance, we keep having where we're mincing words over language exactly. I don't remember exactly what I said, but it is that we have ways of permitting solar projects in Klickitat County now. We obviously do. We have two, we have one under construction and one doesn't. We don't have ordinances that are specific and only for solar projects, I don't believe. I think that if we wanted to have specific ordinances specifically about solar, we would have to do it with a comprehensive plan update. Whatever I said, that's what I meant. I think that's what I said, but that was also a week ago. So
Well, it's on the podcast. You can go to the,
That's-
and listen to it again.
it's fine.
Well,
I don't think
you
I'm
don't
saying-
Remember, you should go on.
No,
to
I'm
see
not
what
saying
you
I
said.
don't remember. I'm saying that you are. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. As to recusal, once someone recuses themselves, I actually don't know the answer to that question. Is that generally that recusal is about a specific project, and they would need to leave when that project, when the deliberation, when the discussion, there actually isn't a requirement for them, I don't believe, to leave the room, but it's an appearance of fairness. If I have, say I had a family member that had a project that was coming before the board, a subdivision or something that the board had to rule on, I can recuse myself. I'm not required to leave the room, but generally speaking, it's a good idea, because even if I get up and go sit out in the audience, it could give the appearance that I'm still kind of in here, and my seatmates would be sort of looking to me as far as that I might have some opinion on it one way or the other. But again, I don't believe it would be to the topic in general. Otherwise, that would be a bit impractical. I think my understanding, it would be project specific recusal.
But his
again-
recusal was a general statement about. solar,
No, he
not
did talk
something
about
specific.
here, I believe he referenced a specific project.
No.
No.
Again, we can go back and run the
We
tape.
we can cut hairs all we want. I
Right.
will guarantee you and bill you, bet you $1 million that I mentioned Carriage Solar just like I did today.
So, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
So,
Get your facts.
okay, let's move on to citizen comment. So I'm gonna go to folks online now.
I've got one thumbs up from Gabrielle.
Okay, Gabrielle Gilbert, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Anderson, for coming down to the West End and having a conversation with constituents. It was very nice to spend time and have those conversations. I want to speak about childcare availability in Klickitat. I want to get specific, as I feel, number one, your economic plan that you have posted on your website for a 10-year strategy, you have to include daycare and childcare in the community. That is an economic issue that affects mothers and fathers in the community. And you cannot have a robust economic recovery unless you have that component. There is a hospital daycare called the Samaritan North Lincoln Hospital. I would ask that, just as commissioners have toured solar farms and different kinds of businesses, when they've been discussing businesses that they would bring into the county, that you would make an appointment to tour that. I feel that if you've spent 15 to 20 years discussing daycare, that there needs to be a little bit more to show for it. And I'd love to see the emails of conversations about that, any plans that have come up, and any of your travel itinerary that is included seeing a daycare, seeing the possibility. I agree that you can have a private entity providing daycare, but the situation, at least here in the West End for white salmon, is that 3 home daycares that had been run for decades, they closed because of retirement from the people providing it. And so while there can be a private aspect to solving the problem, it cannot be solely solved that way. And there needs to be buy-in on a local state government position so that we can start supplying more daycare for families. And it's critical, and it does need to show up in an economic plan, at least, a plan that's mapped out for a decade. So I'm asking for I'm asking not for a better PR. I'm actually asking to see results. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And I feel with the solar, you guys need to sit down with CEAS and possibly start the committee that starts addressing the actual policies for the county concerning this. I feel like that this circling around and around and around, as the other previous speaker said, splitting hairs. You need to say, if we need to create these ordinances and create these policies, then sit down with CEAS and start creating them. Because this, the lack of trust and goodwill is the back and forth on some of the petty actions from some of the from some commissioners, and it needs to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time has elapsed. I'm going to go to chambers now for citizen comment. Anybody? Okay. Sir.
Delmer Eldridge, Golden Dale. I want to warn Commissioner Christopher this about solar. But anyway, Commissioner Sauter, you artfully made comments at the very end of the last session, so I could not respond. But so I would like to know, where do you get your facts? Apparently, it's not from the internet. You don't do your research there. Is it from the developers? You stated that groups across the county, including stakeholders, had already had renewable energy in place before you even took office. So it's up to you to implement what has already been decided. So does that mean the commissioners take their marching orders from different groups? You said groups and stakeholders have made the decision already. And you said on the radio, we have ordinances, but they're not solar ordinances. How can something that does not apply to solar affect solar? And it's very confusing when you say that it doesn't make any difference because we have ordinances. It does make a difference. And you rescinded the moratorium because you said you didn't want to slow down solar companies, but yet you say they don't even have an application for the for any solar industrial site. So how could you slow them down when they haven't got any, they haven't even started the process, according to what you said. So, you know, it's just like, I would like to know where we could find out what steps we have to take to start the ordinance process. The only way I would know is to research information on the internet, but that would, according to you, that would not be factual information. So I'd like you to tell me where I could go to find this information.
That concludes your remarks, sir.
That's it.
You can stay there if you wish. I will. No, I'm gonna, you asked me several questions. I will attempt to answer them, although I will be cautious in my answers, and that's part of, we're talking about splitting hairs, is we all want honest, accurate information. You can take me if you wish, it doesn't matter, from elected officials, but when you start, you know, this, we constantly keep coming back, you said this, but you're pulling things out of the context of things, or people are either misunderstanding or they're, first off, let's start with research stakeholders. When I was referring to stakeholders, I was talking about the economic development plan, the strategic plan that Ms. Gilbert was talking about. That was developed with stakeholders. I was one of the stakeholders. I was a commissioner at the time, but it was a group of stakeholders from across the whole county that put that plan together that I am implementing now. So it's not something that my marching orders came from somebody. It was the citizens are the ones that gave me my marching orders, and that's what I'm implementing. As to that, we keep going back to solar ordinance or not solar. When I'm talking about, we don't have ordinances for every specific land use. We have that's why it's a comprehensive plan. It's a plan that governs uses in general that can be applied to all kinds of different, like if you want to have a specific thing, we don't have a specific title to whatever that is. It is the general title. Solar projects are covered under that as well. We have ways of permitting them now. We're doing it now.
Well, if you were gonna have a housing development out here, and then somebody decided they were gonna build an industrial warehouse, so they didn't have any ordinances or anything for that industrial warehouse, but they could use the same thing as the housing development did, right?
No, that's not how it works, is that there are zones that these projects have to be consistent with the underlying zoning. They are right now. If you're going to change that, that would require an amendment. That's what I've said all along. We keep forgetting that these solar projects, it is a conditioned use. It's allowed in these zones that they're proposing to do them. If we don't want them to be allowed in those zones, you would have to amend the plan. That would take a comp plan update.
So let's just say.
So I'm not going to get in a back and forth. This is citizen comment. There's other folks. We can come back to it if nobody else. So I'm going to go online and see if there's anybody else that wants to provide citizen comment. I'm not seeing anybody. Either raise your hand, unmute yourself, *6 if you're on a phone. I am not seeing anybody. Okay, I'm going to come back to the room. Is anybody citizen comment that has not already spoken? Go ahead.
Candy Magnuson. Dan, I'm your constituent. I'm going to talk about solar. So, because, and you know what? I don't even have a dog in the fight. And by the time they get here, I'll probably be dead at my age. But you know what? I got to fight for this country. I got to fight for this town. You guys have said there, people are talking about night road this and night road that. It's not only there, it's out now, south of town. There's over 900 acres south of town. Where's it gonna stop, guys? Where's it gonna stop? So you're gonna come up, if this gets done, you're gonna come up Mary Hill Grade, you're gonna look out toward Mount Adams, and all you see is the solar panels. There's not gonna be a town. Nobody's gonna come here. You can't sell your place. I have 20 acres. It's open. I could put solar panels in. I couldn't do that to my neighbors. And I sure as hell can't do it for Golden. And this stuff right here, made in China. So here we go. Everything made in China. I hope to God those solar panels are out there in the ocean someplace, and I hope they stink. But you need to listen to us, okay? I know this is a hard job. I've been in public for 50 years. But if you can't handle it, get out of it, resign, because we need you guys to listen to us. It's just not us. Come on. There's hundreds out there listening to this. They're on the radio listening to us. They're listening to it. They'll be listening to this. But they're scared right now because their neighbors have signed up. Their relatives have signed up. They're like this right now. They're waiting for you guys to help us. That's what they're doing. Thank you.
I've got Pat Arnold on the.
Okay. Online. Pat Arnold, you raised your hand online. Go
I
ahead.
did. I have two quick comments. I also appreciate very much that Jake came over and we had that conversation last night. For the benefit of the other two commissioners, I think that the primary message that those of us in the meeting had for Jake was that we would like to see you all standing very strongly and unequivocally in support of the health department in every way possible. And that, I mean, there's some other messages, but the vaccination rate in the county right now is about 43.9% or something like that. It's very, very low. The health department is trying hard to raise that. They're having clinics, they're doing Facebook posts. We'd like to see you throw your support behind them. The other thing is about the economic development plan. I looked at that a few years ago, and in regards to what Gabrielle is telling you, I agree that daycare, childcare should be part of it. But I also like to comment that, as with many county advisory boards, this one is not the leadership roundtable and the project steering committee. Really, there's nobody on either of those groups that represents the voice of West Side. What do you want to call us? Progressives, whatever. And it would be way better if you would seat people on these boards that don't all necessarily agree with each other. If you're going to have good results, and we're going to sort of lower the tone and lower the heat in the county, these boards need to include people who will bring points of view that may not be acceptable to some of you as commissioners, and certainly may not be in tune with other people. But you know, you got to do it. You have to foster open discussion between the various points of view that exist in this county. We have to learn to listen to each other. And if some of us are never on those boards, you're never going to hear from us, and it leaves us frustrated. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. I'm going to come back in.
2376 is on.
I'm going to come back in the room though first, since we go back and forth.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm coming back to the room for citizen comments.
6 minutes left.
Go ahead.
Susan Kelsey, Goldendale. Jake, did you have a private meeting over on the west side? And is this in regards to the first meeting that you had as touted as a town hall open forum? Was this a private meeting now?
I was invited from a group of people who wanted to speak to me, just like I go to any community council or anything else.
Okay, so it wasn't a open town hall, it was a private meeting.
Correct.
Okay,
I have stated though that I will try to host quarterly town hall meetings on the west side, either via Zoom or in person. If we can do that safely, that is something that I have said that I will do.
okay, I appreciate that, because I was thinking that was a great idea. If in my memory, when I first moved here, that I saw more of the commissioners in evening meetings for everyone, and a diversity of opinion was there. And so in this environment, I kind of understand why I think that hasn't been happening. So I'm in agreement that I would love for more public meetings from all commissioners all over the county, if that's possible. Is that a part of your salary when you do things like that? Do you have those hours a part of your salary? Is that a volunteer meeting on your part?
We have a base salary, and everything we do, we probably make $5 an hour. We spend a lot of time into it.
So I'm just trying to figure out if you were to go forward with that type of thing throughout the county, that's actually on the county's dollar, even though it may not be a lot. Or is this
No, we
something that
wouldn't
you
get-
decide to
You
do
wouldn't get paid
outside?
anymore.
We don't get overtime, we don't get anything. It does, if we do host a meeting on the west side, for any different purpose, you know, say a land use design or anything, that usually does end up costing the county more because we have all of our staff that do get overtime that have to go there and come back. Certain staff members that do, sometimes they do flex, you know, to go to the meetings, I mean, the commission in the past has had meetings on the west side over very volatile
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah,
Well, it's the same thing when we went, say, on a solar tour.
yeah.
The county might have paid gas money to get to and from, but they didn't pay for our time there because
Right.
that's in your initial.
For salary, we do whatever we gotta
Right.
do.
So first of all, I understand the time constraints and the salary constraints and a lot of work that you do outside of that. Can I respond more since we had a back and
We
forth?
did, go ahead.
Okay, so I appreciate all that kind of stuff. I just wanted to be clear that you guys give a lot, whether you're in chambers or out of the chambers. And in the meetings that I've attended, when I come here, I know that you hear me, that you listen to me. That doesn't, my expectation is that you're not going to do what I say. So when I hear that you're not listening to me from other people, I think you are. And I appreciate that. And are you perchance going to put that information out when you do set up a meeting so that everyone can attend that?
Of course.
I plan to.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go back online
Yeah,
on Zoom.
3376, and then Lynn Mason also handled
Okay.
it.
3776, go ahead.
Yeah, good day to you. This is Ken McCune, Goldendale. Commissioner Sauter, do you recall when I came to the commissioners meeting, it might have been 10 years ago, and I offered up information on the hemp industry?
Oh, yes.
I gave you
yes, I do.
information. Remember that?
I do.
Wouldn't that solve our problem? We could keep all these acres of excellent agricultural land in agriculture by growing hemp instead of covering them, thousands of acres with solar panels from foreign investors with foreign products. And these farmers, they'll make more money on an acre of hemp than they'll ever make on an acre of solar panels.
Okay.
So would you guys kindly maybe look into the hemp industry? That could be a product that fits very well into Klickitat County. And it would create lots of jobs. You get biofuels, you get hemp food, you get hemp paper, you get body care products. It makes fuel, plastics, anything you can make out of petroleum, you can make out of hemp. And so I wish you would just put this solar renewable energy project on hold until you come up with a better plan, like keeping our land agricultural. And these guys, like I say, they'll make a lot more money off of growing hemp than they'll ever make off of solar power.
Yes, go ahead.
Kenneth, thank you for calling. This is Commissioner Anderson. We have, when I was in Natural Resources Department, of course, I looked into hemp when people started doing it up in northern Washington and its availability and possibility for down here. The one thing about hemp that we find is that it has a pretty high water usage, and we don't have the water rights within the valley in order to cover all the large scale acres. Hemp doesn't do great as a dry land crop in most instances. Unless it's, on the west side of the state where you get a lot more rain. So
Well, that'd be up to
I actually did personally look into that.
Well, that would be up to the individual farmer to take care of that problem.
Right. My statement was though that the issue we have in this valley is that we don't have the water rights available to do it on a
Well,
very,
you got Bloodgood, you got Spring Creek, you got the Columbia River. How much more water do you need? You got wells.
the water rights are a very tricky subject, sir, and the water rights that you see, what you see that it is green is about all you're gonna see that will be green in that terms and number.
Well, I think you ought to grow some hemp and open it up to a new industry for Klickitat County. Thank you very much for listening to me. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. McCann. We are out of time for citizen comment.
We kind of went back and
I would
forth.
like to say to Mr. Anderson, go out to Box Canyon
Sir,
and see how much hemp they're growing.
It's not called hemp though.
yeah, true.
We
There's a difference.
still have.
Be careful.
Okay, I'll go.
We did a lot of back and.
I know we did, but I'm gonna, you want to go ahead? If
No,
I,
it's a serious issue. There's nothing funny about it.
yeah,
No.
no, there is. Okay, thank you, Mr. McCune, for your comments. I'm gonna take one more in chambers and one more on Zoom. So Ms. Bosque, go ahead. And we have a packed agenda, I'm sorry.
Okay, I kind of am going off what I've heard here today and also from the radio program the commissioners participated in last Thursday. And I know everybody's saying we're splitting hairs here. And that's even more disturbing to me because this is a big deal. This is a huge deal. This is our land. And let's get this straight. You work for us, the people. This is
Actually, Ms. Bosque, you're not actually talking about do you have a project proposed on your land? Is somebody
I'm
forcing
talking about,
you?
I'm a taxpayer citizen.
Right.
And this land,
So when you're
okay.
talking about our land, are you talking about your land?
Okay,
or are you
no, let
talking
me get
about
this
our
straight.
land? I just
Okay,
want to
I'm
be,
not gonna-
since we want to split hairs,
yeah.
I'll give you more time.
Let's split hairs.
Go
then.
ahead, ma'am.
This agricultural land is valuable to Klickitat County. And I don't understand why any of you want to roll in these solar farms. You are being blatant and shameful in how you've processed this. Mr. Anderson, your conditional use permit is nothing but a ploy to get these solar farms in place. And when I heard it, I was horrified. The citizens see what we're going through with under canvas. And when you talk about litigation, absolutely, you've done nothing but set this up for our only option is to litigate against our own county who uses our taxpayers' dollars at your endless expense to come against us. And how is this working for you guys for under canvas? Because you've gotten in situation with a corporate entity that is now actually suing the county too, as well as our dollars are still fighting against you. And yes, your county dollars are paying to fight against its own citizens. And this is what you're paving the road to do with solar. And for you to say that you cannot make solar ordinances until you update a comprehensive plan, I believe is a blatant lie to your citizens. You know that is not true. In the comprehensive plan, thank you, CEAS, for doing their homework, states that in 2005, I believe, and you can verify it because you are the commissioner, that it states renewable energy. That means at this point, you can write solar ordinances. You do not have to update the comprehensive plan. And if I am wrong, prove me wrong. But I believe that's the rules. And rescinding that moratorium, what you sent me was not a findings of facts. What you men found did not find a findings of facts to rescind a moratorium to write us ordinances. And the citizens spoke, and we spoke in large numbers. You had petitions and you had people in presence and you had written comments. We asked you to protect us. You still don't do it. You are stalling so you can get these night road cup conditional use permits in place. And that is a weapon against us. You're setting the stage with recusing yourself. And I'd like to know on what grounds are you going to recuse yourself to do your duties as a commissioner? One citizen speaking does not do a appearance of fairness. You have a duty to us and you are paid by us to do your duties. And I would like to know what RCW you're going to recuse yourself on. Stop setting the stage to hurt us, protect us.
I'm going to take one last comment online. Ms. Mason, I believe you were next in line.
Thank you for your time and taking my call. I wanted to talk about childcare as well. As a mom in this county who has a teenager, I've had to piecemeal childcare together over the years. It's been really challenging. I believe that a lot of people are moving here for jobs and lifestyle that don't have family here to provide childcare. So this is something that definitely should be in the economic plan and a topic that we should be talking about regularly. A caller last week talked about this is not government's job to do this, but we do have senior services where government is involved. And I believe that we should have something like family services where we're addressing childcare needs. We've had 2 generations of kids waiting for childcare since the committee has been talking about this. You know, we need some answers. There's possibilities for public-private partnerships with companies like In Situ or the hospitals. I know MCMC answered their childcare issues many years ago by purchasing a house that's right below the hospital, and they run a very high quality, excellent program there. In fact, one of my former babysitters grew up going to childcare there while her mom worked at the hospital. That's an excellent model that we can definitely look at. I'd also like to say that the lack of women on the Economic Development Committee is glaringly obvious, and that needs to change in order to make sure that these kinds of issues that affect not only women but families gets addressed and gets put on the top of the agenda. I just appreciate you and all your public service that you do. I know that Erin Quinn is presenting this afternoon, and I appreciate her and all of our healthcare professionals that look out for us. Thank you for your service and your time.
Thank you.
That will conclude our citizen comment for today. I will move us along now to public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. Our next order of business is a public meeting to consider boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-11. This is in the Goldendale area. The applicants are Aaron and Sarah Lance, Western Pacific Timber. And I am assuming that Denise is presenting that. Are you on?
I am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so boundary line adjustment number BLA 2021-11 is a proposal to adjust the common property line between parcels 05171952000300 and 05171900000100. The proposed boundary line adjustment is located in the Golden vicinity. The applicants are Glance and Western Pacific Timber. I believe that is Aaron Glance. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2021-11, applicants Glance and Western Pacific Timber.
Okay. Thank you, Denise. Any questions for?
Does anybody know if this is the same Jenkins Creek of the bridge we were talking about earlier? Or is that a different?
No, it is not.
No, that's in.
That's what I thought that was on the other side.
Other,
Different.
Sorry.
Apparently we had trouble naming things, so we used our names.
Well, he was very popular. So he got
Yeah,
5
could be.
bridges and 3 roads.
Yeah, could be.
No question, sir.
Okay, I would, if we're good, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-11, which is on parcel numbers 05-17-1952-0003 /00 and 05-17-1900-001 in the Goldendale area. Applicants are Aaron and Sarah Glantz with Western and Pacific Timber being the others.
I would second the motion.
You have a motion and a second to grant final approval on BLA 2021-11. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
All right.
Aye, motion passes. Okay. While we're signing, I will move us next to, we have another public meeting to consider a request for a 2-year plat extension of subdivision SUB 2018-01. This is in the Goldendale or Dallasport area. The applicant is Greg Wallace. I assume you are presenting again, Denise?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, before you today is a plat extension request for an additional 2 years in order to complete all conditions of approval for subdivision SUB 2018-01 Mountain View Estates. The Klickitat County Subdivision Ordinance and Short Plat Ordinance 122082 Section 7.72 states a maximum of a single 2-year extension may be granted by the board when applied for in writing at least 30 days prior to the 3-year deadline, showing the applicant has attempted in good faith to submit a final plat. The applicant requested a 2-year plat extension from the Planning Department on September 27th, 2021. Work on the project has been hampered due to COVID-19 related issues, including material availability and supply chain disruption. The current plat deadline is November 6th, 2021. If the board feels an extension is warranted, the board will need to make a motion to grant a 2-year plat extension, changing the current deadline from November 6th, 2021 to November 6th, 2023 for subdivision SUB 2018-01 Mountain View Estates, applicant Greg Wallace.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, questions, discussion? This seems, I mean, it's pretty simple. There has been quite a lot of, the project is well along.
Clarification, they're only allowed one extension? Is that what I read? Not that this has anything to do with that, just learning.
Right, yeah.
Have there been exceptions made in the past?
Probably, there's any timeline probably has a waiver extension, an extension to the extension. I don't know.
You might actually have to have a public.
Probably a public hearing.
For the next one.
Yeah, it could be, but
This
this is,
straightforward. He's already got part of the work done.
Yeah.
Ready for an amendment?
I am.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to consider the 2-year plat extension of subdivision SUB 2018-01. And that is to November 26, 2023, and that's for parcel number 02-13-3375-0015/00 and parcel 02-13-3360-1001/00 that are located in the Dallasport area, with the applicant being Greg Wallace.
Second motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to grant the 2-year plat extension. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Denise. Okay, that gets us, and look at that, we're actually a minute ahead somehow. Thank you, Denise, for being very quick and efficient. Which now brings us to Public Health Director Aaron Quinn with the department update and report. Thank you, Aaron. Kavanaugh, I see.
She brought all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Well, because I know you guys like color and I can never get organized to get it too early. Huh?
I'm gonna send everybody crayons as Christmas presents. Yeah.
Well, and I think it helps just because there's a lot of detail for us and I need the color.
I like
tell you guys that
color.
I
It
need
helps,
the color
it helps
too.
bring things out. So that's good.
Yeah, I think it
When
just
you're
helps.
trying to look at data and absorb it, it helps.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to have those because I think it's a little just easier to read. So I'm gonna just do some quick clinical update, just department stuff. My chair is thinking.
That one does. I don't know. We got new chairs across the street.
I just wanna make sure I'm the only
I
one.
think. Did we get new chairs? I
Some
think
of us,
so.
these are going to the health department.
Oh. Yeah, I think you're right.
Sorry.
Well played. I like that.
That's fine. We're used to getting the bottom of the barrel. That's what public health does.
Put it.
She used to go below
I
the
know.
table.
I just want to make sure that it wasn't just me. So the room's moving or I'm moving, I'm not sure. And then David's gonna do a quick update for environmental health. So I'm just gonna go backwards, I think. So start with COVID. I did the update on Thursday with you all, so you're kind of tracking. We're up to 296 cases this month, so there's a small chance we might hit August's numbers, but we're really hopeful that we're actually gonna be under that because we only have, 5 more days. So we're last week was the lowest number we'd had since the beginning of September. So like really fingers crossed that we're kind of on the downhill, which is, with most of the rest of the state. Typically, and I can't vet this information, but my personal feeling when I look at data is I'm usually seeing us about 2 weeks behind what the rest of the state is doing. So kind of when they start to see a downturn for whatever reason, it takes us about 2 weeks to catch up. When their numbers go up, we're typically about 2 weeks behind there too. I can explain that. That's just my sense of, looking at this data every single day. So I think we're in a good spot. We are up to 42% vaccinated of the total population. So that's exciting. We went up another 0.1% since last week when I say y'all. We're continuing to give vaccines. We got the approval late this morning to start doing the boosters. So that means that you can get your third vaccine for Moderna. Now we've been doing Pfizer boosters, so now you can do Moderna if it's been 6 months, and Johnson & Johnson if it's been 2 months since your last vaccine. So we're offering those at both offices starting.
Johnson's only 2 months.
Mhm.
Wow. Are you supposed to get it every 2 months with Johnson & Johnson?
That I hope not. No, it's just a one time as
That's
of today.
And then you're good for a year.
As of today,
Interesting.
you know how sometimes my answers change between months.
Yeah, you can only do with the information you were given now.
As I'm always saying, today, yes. So once it's been 2 months since your original Johnson & Johnson, you can go ahead and get that second dose. The other two are 6 months. They are anticipating that they're gonna give authorization for 5 to 11-year-olds within the week. So we have that to look forward to. We are gonna start leaning a little bit heavily on the state has brought their vans. We talked about that. They're gonna come down. One of the things they're gonna do is cover for our clinic the week of November 8th. We will be moving across the street to our new building. We will not be providing in-person services.
With your new chair.
It was my new chair, which I'm really excited about. Looks like somebody chewed the arms off. So it's probably appropriate for me to have it. 8, so whatever that week is, the 8th to the 12th, we will be closed to in-person services. We will still be available by phone if people call. And we will be opening the 15th. We'll start at the new building with our in-person services. So, but there will still be vaccinations happening that week, but the state will be kind of helping us with that. So as far as clinical services goes, we are still providing WIC services remotely. That's still their guidance for us to do that. We did get our 2 breastfeeding peer counselors on board. I think you approved the 2 contracts and then we offered the position to one and they got another compelling offer. So there is a new one in today. We are only getting 2, even though that will be the 3rd request that you all see on the consent agenda. And that's why that happened.
Clarification, if I can quickly, all those on our consent agenda are grant funded.
Yeah, 100%. Yep. I did list our immunizations. So we have tomorrow, the nursing staff's going to be out in Bickleton and Alderdale. Next week, they will be at the Lyle Food Pantry. And then we have two dates where the state's actually going to come in and help. Once we're back in the new building, we'll continue to just do weekly clinics through our new clinic space, which we're very excited about. Actually, I think we're using part of your space. So since you guys aren't quite there yet, so we use the front, I think. We're still seeing our family planning clients, our nurse practitioners on maternity leave until January. Connie Clark is covering for us. She's from Skamania County. She's been there as a family planning provider for a really long time. and has really been helpful in just kind of guiding us and kind of where we should be with this program and kind of helping look at some of the things we're doing and how to be more efficient. So that's been, we're very, very grateful for her time and in filling that in. The perinatal mental health grant we do, so that's the other individuals that you will see on the consent agenda. So they
I
will,
think half the consent agenda is you.
it is, yeah, you're welcome.
She got it going on.
I know. Every time I think I'm super organized, I find new stuff to send you, so. The 4 support group leaders have been identified. I think in other counties, they had paid them with gift cards, and that didn't seem like that was a great idea, so we did do the contract so that we can pay them $50 per week, I think. Anyway, it's a $20,000 grant, and that ends up being $5,200, I think, so that's not obviously good there, but so those are the other ones. So they'll set up and provide support groups for women who are pregnant or recently delivered. And I think that, as anyone could say, mental health in this community in this county is fairly underserved. And so anything that we can do to help support, I think this is going to be we have some really engaged and excited individuals to kind of head this up. So I think we're going to get some really good participation, and depending on how that goes, there are opportunities for more funding to continue the project. So we'll continue to look at that. I am working on partnering with the city of White Salmon to submit their application for a complete streets grant. The application is due at the end of the month, and then I think in March they'll find out if they get that, and that will allow for a lot of street improvements, and they look at things like access to healthcare and the health of a community and that sort of thing. So I've been partnering with the city of White Salmon to get that application, and we did that once in 2011, I believe. And I don't know if you're I can't remember the name of the street, but they have all the nice sidewalk improvements they put in White Salmon that actually go up to Washington from the post office there.
Whatever,
Yeah.
safe routes to school.
Yeah, they did the safe routes to school. They got the crosswalks with the lights. Anyway, sorry, I don't know my streets very well. I can tell you how to get there, but I can't tell you the name of the street. So they did have all those improvements. I think they got around $250,000 initially in 2011. And so kind of trying to put together a plan that they would either get kind of equal or more funding this time. So really excited to be doing something, that kind of community building that is outside of COVID, because sometimes it's nice to do things that aren't COVID. And then the other, so we're moving. And then I would like to get verbal approval to have, to fill the position for a business manager. We've talked about that before. So we initially, when we looked at our business practices and identified that when I came on as a director, we identified that there were some concerns with how things had been done. So we tried to fix that internally. That didn't quite work out. We really felt like we needed an additional skill set. So for the last year, we've been contracting with a CPA's office that's been, I can't even tell you how incredible of work they've done for us and where they've gotten us. But I think I know that we need to continue to have that kind of skill set in order to maintain these grants that we're going to get, that are going to have continually increase in complexity and requirements. Because unless you follow the compliant, or unless you're compliant with these grants, you don't get more. And I think the more we're looking at funding being a challenge, if we can't manage our finances and get that more grant funding, I think in my department specifically, we're going to start to have some really big challenges. So
What did you pay for the CPA this year?
our grant was for $45,000. So I did include that position in my budget as I presented it.
This position?
Yep. I just didn't have approval, but I put it in my budget planning. Oh, maybe not. There. I don't know. Yes. I did account for that individual in that.
Yeah, it's in your submittal.
How much, so you have notes in your?
I do.
Apparently I missed that one.
Yeah. Do you want me to email this to you? Do you have a copy?
If it was submitted with the budget, it'll be in my budget book as your preliminary notes, and it should have the dollar amount in there that you budgeted.
I did, yep. So anyway,
Aaron, it's not in your current org chart, right?
it is not.
It's not, it's more than just filling a position. It'd be, they've had one in the past, but it's been
Right.
quite a while, so it'd be,
Is the box gone?
yes.
It is actually.
So it'd
gone.
be a new position, new org chart.
Never get rid of boxes.
I was not me. I was
they
not
did
the
have
one that
one
got
in
rid of the box.
Leave it vacant.
So there is a position that we'd have left, and I am more than willing to trade the position that's there for the position that we need.
What percentage of this position is grant funded?
Probably most of it, because it's gonna be, the big part of their job is gonna be managing the foundational public health service money that we're getting, and because it does allow for business capabilities as part of the deliverables for that grant. And then, each grant has some sort of like overhead, kind of like, you get X% of overhead per position, so, per grant, I'm sorry.
You don't know.
Like,
So-
they'll
so you
charge
don't
their-
know the county number that the county would end up paying, but you have an idea or a ballpark or something to help me.
I mean, all of our
Longer.
positions are grant funded, right? Because it's like, what grant are you working on? You're working on this grant, then that's where you charge your time to. If I'm working on this grant, if I'm working in COVID, I put my time in COVID. If I'm working in environmental health, I put my time in environmental health. So the only, we charge very little time to overhead as of this year. In the past, if you look at our budgets, that's just kind of, everybody's just done it. That's where it goes. And I've mostly shut that down. So for the most part, I can't say that any of our positions aren't grant funded, if that makes sense. That's my spiel. yeah.
That's your spiel.
That's my spiel.
Are you looking at budget numbers? Are we deciding this now? Do I need? to-
Nope.
I can come back. I mean, we can
No,
discuss it
Yeah, I'd say
again,
come
but
back so we can.
I was
answer it.
looking for something else on that. Aaron, how many employees do we now have in the health department with our new nurses that we just hired and everything?
oh, I don't know.
It wasn't in my budget
I know, I can tell you.
that I just dropped.
Do you want me to count the contractors or just the staff?
Our staff.
So 21. Anyway, so we can talk about it, but that's my spiel for that one, so.
Okay.
And I wanted to give, I did put the environmental health numbers on here, so if you have any questions about that. I think one thing that we're going to have to look ahead to, and we haven't made any decisions or had any discussions, but just kind of to ponder, there's a chance that potentially we might not do Skamania County's food program next year. As they also get additional public health money that they might want to take that back, so.
County what program?
The food program,
No, the mask, I couldn't.
I know, that's what I was gonna say,
understand
sorry,
that
it's the mass food program, so. No decisions have been made, but that's being reviewed and just for your awareness.
word. Food program, you're talking like food handler cards, things like that.
Inspections.
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, we do a restaurant inspection and everything.
So what
We do.
would that, say they take their program back, what would that mean for us as far as staffing?
Almost nothing. Just because.
But they do, I mean, we get paid, we get a
If,
contract.
if we do any work for the food program, because we haven't for most of the last year in business, budget wise, as of right now, that would not be a lot of impact.
Okay.
Some, but not.
Our intent with that is if we don't do the food program over there or the onsite or the water or sign off on the planning and everything over there, that we would cover the roles and the responsibilities that the FPHS money has for us that we're going to receive, which is school safety, school inspections, and more robust on-site sewage program and a couple other programs that FPHS money is designed to cover. So even though we would relinquish some of those responsibilities of this committee, we would have new responsibilities with that FPHS money.
How far are you out on your on-site sewage inspections right now?
I think it's, for the most part, it's slowing down. I would say 1 to 2 weeks right now. So we've had, with the rain, we've had a few contractors request like pictures and to cover. So a couple of them have submitted pictures and paperwork before we've gone out there and before cover, just with the weather. Sorry.
I was gonna say, we're about at that time where it's gonna be hard for them to submit anything without getting.
Absolutely.
Well, I want to commend you for you guys doing double the amount of inspections that you did last year with the same number of people. I mean, that's good job.
It's been rough.
And I know.
It's been rough.
And I know.
When you haven't anything else to do.
Right.
During a septic inspection, not carrying a mosquito.
Some really good organization went into the day. You know, I can go pick this up and then drive over here and see this person, then go over here and all over the place.
And we also had him support our vaccine clinics.
Yeah,
so
see, I
was
know,
gonna
I saw him in the
say-
vaccine clinics
Yeah.
too.
So.
While he was reviewing septic permits with it, here, there you go.
You set the bar real high now.
Yeah, now we know you can do it.
You've got that much time.
Well, I'm really looking to see how that FBHS money and requirements impact the program as it rolls in, so.
And then I just asked David to give a quick update about the potable water. I understand there's not a lot of time today. I didn't look to see how much time we actually had, but just kind of where we're at and where it needs to go, so.
Yeah, so last time we met was July 13th, and we decided that myself and Commissioner Anderson would work on the cistern and review PAs or concerns that I have with certain rules. We don't have a lot of time, but I think a more comprehensive meeting with myself, PA's office, board members, or at least one board member to discuss those things is necessary. I have provided a local rule that would fall right into our chapter 18 in particular, that would address our current water supply determinations and
Is this your page 2 highlighted 1.3?
this, that one would be the policy. So I've provided 2 methods of how we can address
I'm
this.
just debating which one I'm looking at.
Right, so the one that's highlighted gray would be the policy, that would be within our own department. And then the one that's titled chapter 18 with the blank underscores there would be a local rule adoption. So there's 2 paths we can move forward with that. The policy is modeled off of Spokane Regional Health District, and then the local rules are modeled off of Klickitat County. I would like to sit down with the PA's office to discuss some of the opinions that were provided in the Hearst versus Whatcom regarding the county's role in determining water resource issues and land use planning and building permits. So I think it needs a little bit more robust discussion on that end before we jump right into permitting or signing off on building permits.
Well, I think.
Go ahead.
I would like to, for all of us to be in the room to have a chat about this really before we continue, because what I see here is, I don't want to say a waste of time, but I have numerous problems. Some of them I can get through, engineer requirements, but the design should be based on an average daily demand of 120 gallons per bedroom, with a minimum of 240 gallons per day. People that live off cisterns don't run water like we run water. And you're kind of telling them they need a 5,000 gallon cistern to be legal and nobody's gonna qualify. So if we're gonna do that, why do it? Is kind of the policy question I guess we need to have in this room. Because if you're gonna make the rules so stringent that nobody does it, then why are we going through it? Because I don't think people with a cistern that have a 3-bedroom house are gonna be running through 360 gallons of water a day. That's what they're gonna use in a week.
Yeah, you're probably
If
right.
you're gonna mandate them that have that much per day, then they gotta have these insane amount of cisterns to keep up.
Right.
And or weekly contracts with bishops to come deliver it. And they're delivering water they don't need because their tank's full. So things like that might need a discussion here.
Again, these are just modeled off of,
Right.
but I agree, we should have a discussion about realistic water usage, which there's plenty of evidence in either EPA that you can find about actual usage, cistern usage, or the reduction of water use based on your fixtures in your house. You know, those kind of discussions can be had too. This one was pulled straight from Spokane Regional. And the 120, I'm guessing, is they use that because that's what is the minimum requirement for wastewater with the wastewater rule. So it just reflects what the wastewater rule requires. So I'm guessing they're thinking just
They're sinking
water in, water out.
Water in, water out, right? But if you have to design the wastewater for 120 gallons per bedroom, then
And I'm not complaining they have to design their septic for 120 gallons, because you might use it.
Right.
But if you only want to flush 5 gallons a day, I'm not gonna punish you for not wasting water.
Yeah, unfortunately.
No,
that was the
although I
state
read
rule.
in there, the system's designed for it, but there's no requirement.
Right.
There's a minimum.
No, but it's not, you don't have to take it's like the system is built for it. If I have it would be sized for that, and if I don't need it topped off, if I'm using a third as much water, I only get a third as much water. But the system is designed to
Okay, so my point is, you're correct. If the minimum design has to be 120 gallons a day, again, this is a discussion we should have more time for. But you're now seeking that they're using 360 gallons a day, and how many cisterns or what gallons and chain of cisterns are they gonna have, which is then in more engineering. Because now they need 300 or 1,000 gallon cisterns to meet the minimum number that you're coming up with.
I guess they could just drill a well. But and I'm not trying to make it, I'm not, but there's a reason there would be some minimum. And this is for a bigger discussion, I think. That's why, I have reservations about the whole concept, as I said before, but I will have an open mind about it as far as, because I think we want to be sure those requirements are synced up with what people would actually probably do.
Yeah.
So.
The professional engineering part though, there is a clause that gives them the out if they can demonstrate that they can meet the design requirements themselves.
Right.
So if they can meet it themselves, then professional engineering is not
Right,
required.
if they can turn you into some blueprints that actually are
Yes.
competent. And we have that with our housing too. We have certain things that say you need an engineer to do something.
Right.
You really don't if you can do your own and turn it into competent. So some of those I'm not gonna nickel and dime.
Yeah.
But I do want to have an overall discussion on some of these being a little overkill, and
Could we set it for Thursday?
play with them a little
Coming out
bit.
of the
That would
budget, we can have
that would be
a
much
discussion
more
on
better.
this.
You want to schedule it on Thursday?
On a Thursday.
Oh, a
On
Thursday.
a
got it.
Thursday, yes, not this Thursday.
I'm like,
We
okay,
need to,
sure.
we need to clear with the time that the council prosecutor, the PA can participate, and we can set a block of time, because I think it's
Okay.
probably a couple hours. So
Oh,
that
I
we can,
don't think I'm anywhere close to that, but okay.
I bet we are. I got at least an hour at the
Okay.
arguing, but that's okay.
Like I said, I would like much weaker.
I'm
than
just
this,
being,
but
you
I'm
want
still-
accurate numbers, or an accurate number, I think it's accurate, yeah.
Anyway, that's all I had, unless you had questions on any of the statistics that we pulled out for you. But David did pull out the east side versus the west side and his environmental health. We also were able to fill the food safety position. So we have that position. They're gonna start November 1st, so they'll start getting training and then start being squared away to go out and do restaurant inspections.
I just wanted to say thank you, Aaron, for everything you've been doing. Please extend my gratitude to your staff who's been out there doing the immunization clinics all over the county. You guys are doing a great job. I'm sorry you don't have people banging on the door, but I'm sure you will shortly. With the expansion of ages and boosters and everything else, I see you guys alone have done about 27.5% of all of the immunizations in the county, and that's a big win. On top of all the data that you're doing and collecting and managing, and that goes a long ways with me. My job is to give you the tools to do what you need to do, and thank goodness we're in a situation where there's the money currently to do the things that you need to do and want to do. I look at this position that you need in order to keep the thing going, and knowing where we've been for many years with the financial situation. That's something we're going to have to bite the bullet, and I'm thankful that we're in a position where we have a lot of funds currently that we can do that. And thank you for putting it in your budget. It's just, I would rather be, I'm not saying you're going to get anybody who applies, but just hiring a CPA for the future, we couldn't have probably done that if we didn't have the COVID. So when I look at that, that's a good situation. In terms of moving forward, we're the board, we've signed a letter to the governor, and we said that we feel that there's kind of a disrespect for allowing local decisions. That was the top part of that letter. And then we were worried about the decreased capacity to handle the crisis. It sounds like it looks very much like KVH is getting through that by maybe exerting some sort of local decision-making authority that may be pushing some lines, but it's the only thing you can do. And I know you're involved with working with our partners, and so thank you for that, trying to get us there. My big question right now, though, is in terms of ending the crisis. I see articles out there that say we need to be 90% or we need to be 80%. And I look at like a place like Klickitat County where we're really excited about 0.1% increase when we're at 40. And
42.
How do we get to that next stage where, in order to turn this thing to become endemic, is it just everybody, that other 60% is just going to have to get COVID, and we need to have pox parties like they used to do? If we don't know what the goals are at the state level, what can we do to support you to help us get there in our local area, more so than what we've currently been doing?
First of all, I have to say that we do not recommend pox parties.
I'm glad I didn't say that.
That's very dangerous. The fallout can actually be frankly fatal, and we definitely don't encourage that. So
That's why it was a joke.
I know, but
We all took it as a joke, but not everybody might.
I know, but now we've all said it.
But-
We've all said it.
And I've said my piece, so we can move on. I feel, and I've lived here for a long time, and this is a know your audience sort of scenario. I feel like if we can get to a 50 or 60% vaccine rate, I think that's going to be really good for this county. We've been, in a very weird way, fortunate with I know no one feels this way, but we actually have had fairly low transmission rates. We've had a lot of COVID in this county, but we've been fortunate. Our death rate, unfortunately, is 20 for those families. That's a big impact. But I don't think, as far as vaccine, we've asked people to make the choice to get, we continue to ask people to make the choice. Ultimately, it has to be their choice. And I think just being supportive, and just, for me, it's just making sure we have access. So for us to continue to go to places and be available for when people make that choice to come in and do that vaccine. But if there was something else we could do, I would welcome that kind of feedback, because I feel like people have called us specifically and asked us to come to their home because they can't even leave their house. We've done evening clinics, weekend clinics, different areas in the county. So I think it's just the onus is on us to just continue to be available for when people make that decision to get to that point and choose to get a vaccine.
And I would say you have to be doing something right. Because even, and not saying that it's the only thing, because I will second his thank you to all of you. But for our county to have a low vaccination rate, but then have actually a low death rate as well, and a lower death rate than other counties that have a higher vaccination rate, the only thing that I can justify that cause of that low death rate has to be you guys and contact tracing and things like that. So kudos to you for that, because that's got to be your guys' number that's keeping that down.
Staff took it very personally. They are really invested in having people in this county be healthy and just working with people to
Or at least
understand and
educated.
answer questions. And they've been passionate and committed to doing that. And I think I do think that makes a difference. And because up until recently, we did keep it local. So all of our contract nurses or contact tracers were people that we grew up here, we know. So when we call and say, hey, it's Aaron, they know who's on the other end of the phone, and they know I'm not giving you a line. And some people still do, but that's and just trying to make people understand it's it's a choice. We just want to support you in your decision and the education to get to that
And I appreciate that you do all that you do. I guess I would say without a political bias in any way. If somebody said that, oh, she's doing that because of politics, I would call BS because I haven't seen it. So I commend you for that too. You're keeping any kind of bias you have one way or the other out of the equation. And that's all I can ask. So again, kudos for that. One last question on your potential new hire. CPA, what's the chances you think you're gonna be able to fill this spot?
Well, I'm not asking for a CPA. That's who we've been using, but I need a skill set of someone that has that accounting background.
So CPA light.
CPA like, but there's no,
So
I
if you
cannot
get this
afford a
position, you won't
CPA.
need to do that
Yes, so
professional
that's,
service contract anymore?
yes, that's so I'm at the juncture where I need to decide if I'm gonna renew this professional service contract
Or
or
get a person
have someone on
on staff.
staff. And this professional service contract is expensive. And I think I will get double the return on investment having someone physically in my office. That's not a reflection on the folks that we've been working with. They're incredible.
With little, if any, grant dollars is what you're trying to say. Or with it.
With
little,
all,
if any,
sorry, yes, I
non-grant
said yes,
dollars.
but no, backwards, yes,
Non-grant.
yes.
It'll be at the manager level, and we'll have to fit our comp plan, so she's kind of restricted that way.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna move us along.
I have my opinion of that position. If anybody else does and wants to move now.
Do you want me
Yeah,
to?
I'm fine with it.
So we'll
You're
get
okay.
As long as you're aware, just like everybody
You
else.
said it first. I will.
As long as, well, that's why
I
he
was
said it. I
trying
was
to-
already there. That's why I would like to give an answer. As long as you're aware that, like I tell everybody else, anytime there's a grant funded position, or if a grant goes away, we're gonna have another talk.
Yeah, so this grant I have through 2023, so I feel good about that. And I'll just, because Jake and Commissioner Christopher and Anderson weren't here when I was hired, but I was hired to help fix a lot of
Yeah.
things that had gone wrong in the past.
And I wanna make sure that I provide you with the tools you think you're gonna need to fix that.
promised that
That's
I
why
would make
you
it
have my yes.
fiscally solvent. That was my promise when I was hired. So I'm very aware of dollars, how they're spent, and I will not be responsible.
Well, and dollars spent later.
Well,
in the
yeah,
courtroom.
post-COVID.
There's that. Yes, sir.
So we'll work with Aaron, that we'll have to do a resolution, an org chart revision, and you'll have to approve the job description, so it'll take a while.
But you can get started.
Yeah, January, probably
As
January.
I said, might as well give her an answer now if that's what we were doing.
Okay, thank you. And everything they said, you know.
Yes.
Yeah,
thank
that's what I
you.
said.
Thank you.
Jake said it all in 10 minutes. We'll just go, yeah, what he said.
Now I can-
Thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys Thursday. around three times in 1 week.
Mr. Kavanaugh, thank you for the water thing. Like I said, a couple of tweaks I'd like to see, but other than that, I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Yeah, it's, again, for
Well,
whatever
you've been
fits for
super busy
Klickitat.
doing vaccines and everything else that I didn't know you were in play on.
Okay, we are running behind. So next is hopefully, Ms. Tillingham. Tova is there. Okay. This is a Underwood Conservation District update. So Ms. Tillingham, the floor is yours.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me. My name is.
Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Interesting conversation there. Yeah, thanks for making the time for this. I usually make an appointment with you each year to provide some updates from Underwood Conservation District. And it's always good to have some dialogue and hear some of your feedback. And I wanted to introduce at least one board member that's here today, Barbara Bailey. She's also here in attendance by Zoom. Yeah, so hopefully you can hear us all right.
Yes.
Great.
Went through loud and clear.
Okay, good. This is a new experience doing this over Zoom. We're all adapting to that, aren't we? So yes, Commissioner Anderson is very familiar with us since he served on our board for a number of years. But to just get us started off on the same page, I wanted to give a quick review of who we are at Underwood Conservation District. We're a non-regulatory service district led by a local board of supervisors, one of them being Barbara here. Underwood Conservation District, or UCD, covers all of Skamania County and the western portion of Klickitat County, just west of the Klickitat River. And we have a small staff of 5. We're primarily grant funded to provide a wide range of natural resource support to local landowners. So that's a broad topic, of course. So I will be touching on some of those specific natural resource activities that we've been up to over the last year. And throughout the COVID pandemic, we have been able to maintain and even grow some of our services and programs. So that's been a real success for us at the Conservation District. We've been able to maintain one of our most important services, in my perspective, which is the outdoor on-site visits with private landowners. So we can visit individual properties and give technical assistance and advice for the natural resource concern that they may be dealing with. So just to touch on a few of our different programs and services, we have been able to maintain a small program for the Firewise work in Klickitat County. Unfortunately, this is a program limited by lack of consistent funding. We have had a grant over the last year with Washington DNR funding, and that's helped us maintain our mobile chipper service and our home hazard assessments to individual property owners. So that's been really helpful to folks, but that grant ends in December and we'll again be looking for funding. So that's been a challenge to maintain consistent funding for a Firewise program in Klickitat County. We do provide technical assistance, again, on a wide range of topics to landowners, whether they're farmers, ranchers, woodlot owners, or just one of the many residents that need a little help meeting their natural resource goals. One of our new programs that we developed over the COVID year is Yard by Yard, which is a backyard conservation program. And it's really intended to be a landowner-led program, voluntarily, again, of course, that landowners can adopt different practices and get advice from us, again, in terms of enhancing their backyard habitat and conserving natural resources. So that's available on our webpage and with site visits from our staff. We have made our tools available or maintained the availability of our tools for rent. That's the manure spreader that's available through DJs and Bingen. And then we added a no-till drill last year. And so that's been an exciting new offering for rent and very popular already. And then we're growing that tool library to develop kind of a farm tool library with a physical space. And the details of this were provided in my written update as an appendix, where really within the next week or so, we're going to have a new tool shed set in White Salmon, full of tools and available for loan. So different farm tools of a wide variety And we'll have a web page for folks to be able to go on and reserve the different tools that they may need to borrow for their gardens or their farms.
Yeah, Tova, I had a question on those. I went through the documents that you provided us, and I was looking at your tool library tool list, and I'm very familiar with almost every one of those. But I did wonder, what's a weed wrench? I was curious what that was. If there's a wrench that works on weeds, I would like to get one. I can rent one apparently. So what is that?
Yeah, those are available. We have two. We actually got one of them from Marty Hudson at the Noxious Weed Department, and they're these giant levers with a grip at the bottom for gripping like a large Scotch broom plant. If you can imagine, 2 or 3 inch thick trunk of a Scotch broom, it'll help wrench it straight out of the ground.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like a post puller.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like we didn't have. I wasn't raised. I was the weed wrench. There was no tool.
It all contains fire with propane and you burn things. Yeah, that's how you get rid of it.
Yeah, anything to help that job be a little easier is good. So, yeah, we have continued our soil testing assistance. So we cost share with folks on soil testing and interpreting the results from those soil tests, and that's ever popular. We also cost share on other small scale projects, and right now we're developing a few spring developments and livestock watering projects right now that we hope to fund and implement in the next few months. If a large scale project comes along, we apply for grants, and that can include water quality protection projects for dairies in Trout Lake, or fencing projects for some of the open range cattle operations in Klickitat County. They take many different forms. And one of those large scale projects was with the White Salmon Irrigation District. I provided a visual aid for that project with my written update, and so hopefully you're able to review that. And Jake is very familiar with that project since it was right in his backyard. But it provided multiple benefits to irrigators. It upgraded the system for the irrigators themselves. They have a brand new 9,000 foot length pipe that doesn't leak, that doesn't have some of the problems that they were dealing with prior to that. And that piping also helped conserve water for Buck Creek, where they withdraw from. So water was kept in stream. And of course, that benefited fish habitat for salmon and steelhead that inhabit Buck Creek. We also provided fish passage past the diversion point and provided a WDFW built fish screen. So that's now in place and helps the irrigation district be in compliance with fish screen requirements. So that was really one of our biggest projects ever for the conservation district, and really a big milestone for everyone involved. I'd be happy to help get you all out there someday when it's time for a site visit, if the weather complies and if you have time. It would be a really great place to visit and just see the work that was put into that project. So please let me know.
I would love to see it. Yeah.
Oh, great. Good to hear the interest. Thank
I
you.
like field trips like that.
Yeah, field trips. I can learn on field trips.
That's right. See things in person. Good. Well, we do a lot of different public outreach, and I listed several of those in our written update. Different avenues we developed through the pandemic. It really forced us to try a few new things out for public outreach. And one of the focuses there is to develop or to gather public input around the future of Pacific-Core lands on the White Salmon River. And I wanted to mention this because we'll be using salmon recovery grant dollars in the next year, facilitated through the Klickitat lead entity. And those grant dollars are designed to help us get a little further down the road with planning for long-term management and ownership of those Pacific-Core lands that matches community interests and needs. So there's a lot of research and information gathering that has to go into that. And again, we are developing a community-driven vision for the river corridor through there. That was begun with a survey just last May. So hopefully some of you saw that survey, and we were able to gather nearly 500 responses through that survey and get a lot of valuable input from the community around what that long-term vision for the White Salmon River corridor, how that would look ideally for folks. So there's about 500 acres involved in that area, and it's going to be a really interesting project.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Sorry, this is Commissioner Christopher. Did you survey, did I get that right? You surveyed about 500 people that actually live right there in the corridor on the river? Is where you took the surveys?
Sure, thanks. Sorry to interrupt. Many of the respondents are from the local community. I actually don't have that breakdown right in front of me in terms of how many were from outside the community, because it was open to a broader array of people. We didn't limit it to just local community members. Get that breakdown.
How many people from Goldendale commented is kind of my point. As long as it's local and it's, it's what they want to do, then that's what we want to do.
Yeah, and I could follow up with that information for you in terms of exactly the location of the respondents. It was broadly, a majority of folks were from the local area around Underwood, White Salmon, Hewsum, and Bingen, primarily. So that's coming up, much more to learn and develop in terms of how that, that community vision comes into focus and some of the necessary steps to achieve that vision. Other than that, we are continuing our annual native plant sale starting this winter. So that's always a great way to reach out to landowners and provide our services. We're hoping to have our usual tree fest in March when we distribute those tree orders. And thank you again for your time. And if there's time now, Barbara and I can try to answer any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Comments?
Well, I would like to say as a user of your tree order, I have about 150 Christmas trees out there now because of you guys. So I will be adding 50 a year and hopefully have a rotation going eventually. So thank you for that. Other than that, I don't have a lot of comments. Just keep up the good work.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Yeah, no, I really have no questions. Thanks to, now that I know what a weed wrench is. That was bothering me last night when I was reading. Because I was kind of curious what tools you did have available for rent in the, so I was perusing your list and
yeah,
that was the one. Yeah, I didn't know what that was, but so
good.
no, thank you for the work that you do and just keep it up.
Okay, well, thank you for your support. As always, it's good to see you all.
Oh, Tova, I did have one question.
Sure.
It's been a couple, 3 years. I know when we did the rates and charges, a couple, 3 years ago, I guess. I'm trying to recall if did we do that? Did you do that as well? Or was that just the District 2 and District 3? It was across the whole, that's what I thought. And has that helped a little bit? I remember at the time, it's not a huge amount of money, but it is, it's some stable funding for the organization. Has that stabilized at least a little bit?
Yeah,
the organization?
It definitely adds to our base of support for sure. And it's just a little over 40,000 that we've been able to garner each year. And so again, it's not a huge amount, but it really is enough to, give us a little bit more base support to provide some of these services I'm talking about with our plant sale and with the farm tool library and the yard by yard program, plus all of the other site visits and cost share that we can provide. So yes, definitely. It's allowed us to focus in on some of those base operations right here in Klickitat County. Thank you.
Okay, good. That's good. I mean, it's nice, that we're always, it's a difficult discussion to have, raising taxes, which I know they're rates and charges, they're not taxes, but it's in government, if you're collecting money, it's a tax as far as, at least as far as the public is concerned. And it's nice that when it actually works, when it does actually help with the problem that was identified, why the need was there. So
it helped provide better service.
Yeah, so that's good.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Barbara, we didn't let you get a word in edgewise.
No, Tova does a great job. Thank you all.
Yes, she does. All
Thank
right.
you all.
Okay.
Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I am going to move us to the letter of support for the Washington State Department of Transportation to provide direct funding agreement to the Port of Hood River. This is with the $5 million. So did anybody have any issue with signing that letter?
No,
No.
no, I watched a video, a TV show about a bridge collapse about a week ago.
Oh.
So now every time I drive across that
You're like,
bridge, which has been twice in the last week, I'm
Oh.
just gripping that steering wheel like my knuckles are turning red,
Yeah,
so.
now I figure if it's. I have a
It's your
whole,
time to go.
if it's my time, I have a whole scenario in my head of what, I hope it would not be in the winter.
I read the Hood River Bridge, the seismic report and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it was really
It's
short. It
like-
was a single sheet of paper. It said, "You're screwed."
Still like, yeah, so it's like, well, I don't even want to drive that thing anymore.
Hey,
Yes, you have my
that-
support on the letter, sir.
That weight reduction is going a long ways with my conversations with the state legislators and the senators on, this is what happens.
This is what, when you.
This is what happens when you have.
How does that weight restriction work? Cause it's like 80,000 pounds.
It was.
Is that per vehicle? Or is that the number of cars on the bridge at any one time?
No, it's 80,000 pounds. It was 80, it's now down to 62,000 pounds.
Max
Is a
gross
single
weight
load.
per
Single load, but that depends on, like, that's the maximum amount, but that depends on the number
many
of
axles
you have, and the tire size and everything.
Yeah, there's a whole formula.
But, and so you think about it.
I think I've been over in rigs before that probably exceeded the
You,
formula.
you also, so you've got 80,000 could be coming this way and 80,000 that could be going this way. So really on one span, you had potential for 160,000 pounds going by each other.
Yeah. And you'll notice that if you notice there's a dip, like you're in a hole. The most thing that you'll really notice it is when, like, if they're stopping traffic
That's when.
and you're sitting there
You're
and then the
sitting-
other traffic goes and you think that thing is stable and you're just like moving around every time.
When you're stopped and you realize. the
Yeah.
cars-
Red zone versus light. zone.
Yeah,
Moving.
it is. It is really,
Like I said, I'm
a little
at the point
scary.
now, I don't even want
Eh.
to.
no, I just,
So much for documentaries about bridge collapse.
Yeah.
I don't want those anymore.
okay, so we're good with the letter. So that brings us to code compliance. Mr. Pratt.
Noon.
Afternoon.
Should I give her a copy?
Should always give staff copies.
No.
If you don't have enough, Jacob will give me his
No,
when he's done.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
This
I
last
just
time,
have it.
it was, I wound up with a copy with the prosecutor, so.
Oh, yeah, you don't know who's gonna be here necessarily.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So.
Are you sure you don't want-
I got my copy. Made sure I had. And the second page, I'll kind of preface in my this page. Yeah, this is an update, obviously, to start off with, so the mobile radio's been installed, and thanks to Jeff King and to Tim Deere for making that happen. And I've used it probably half a dozen times now out in the field, so it's nice to have. Had meetings with planning department and building health, public works, and Department of Ecology. I'll circle back around the Department of Ecology meeting. But these meetings included reviewing the status of open cases and discussing priorities. Still need to meet with solid waste. Had a short impromptu yesterday with Ruby. Ride-alongs, there's been 2 ride-alongs with building department, 4 with the health department in the field. A couple of those were addressing directly the septic issues. That one case has been resolved. So the other one is in the works of being resolved. We met with the property owner out there. She seemed very attentive and willing to work with the county to get the issue of that. So reviewed the cases, code compliance cases from 2019, 2021. And approximately 9 of these cases are technically closed. I'm still working on trying to make sure that in order to close them in the computer, data file. I think I figured it out now, how that works in there, but and then one was dismissed by the court, and that was would have been one from last year. Currently, there are only the only cases that are actively being investigated or followed up on are the 2020 and 2021 septic issues, of which are currently 12 2021 open cases. The 13th case was, like I said, was closed earlier, actually last week.
I didn't realize there was 12. Wow, that's a big number.
Yeah, and that's just with, that's not including ones from past, even going back further. So there are now approximately 173 open cases total. Some of these are pending follow-up and may have had their investigation suspended due to moratorium that is set to expire, I believe, December 31st of this year. The following is a breakdown of the open cases: the public health, septic non-compliance, 21. Unpermitted construction or placement, 36. And when I say placement, that's also, you know, mobile home without a placement permit. Solid waste, 14. Shoreline management plan violations, 8. Recreational vehicle trailer habitation, that would be RV habitation, 29. Container placement, 1. And then nuisance complaint, there are currently 64 open cases.
In container placement, they just need a permit for the container, right?
Except for my understanding, it has to be renewed if they want to keep the container. That this is a renewable permit. Yeah,
Really?
How many containers have actually been permitted in this county?
Well, I know, it's kind of a question,
Right.
but not many.
Yeah, and I think
2, one of which was ours, meaning the county.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
The PPE container is the only one in the book.
And I can guess that the intent was, you know, while you're building and you have a storage container, utilizing of that, and then you'd have to have the permit to have a container, just as you have the permit to be able to live in your RV while you're building your home. And I think that's the intent of what that is. So, yeah, of course, I didn't know that until I started going through it.
It sounds like you're educating us as well as.
Yeah, well, I'm learning something new every day, that's for sure. I still have a stack of complaints I've been going through, and not opening up or even assigning case numbers to them because of the moratorium. And I receive about 3 or 4 complaints per week. That also includes phone call complaints as well. So like I think it was 4 last week, which I think 2 of them were written complaints. And then, and I should probably preface that to this email complaints where people are sending an email in, whether it's from the department forwarding on an email or directly to.
What kind of complaints are you getting out
The it's mainly abatement.
It's trash
and
stuff and not
RV,
barking dogs and grass.
RV living. Not too many of the like animal nuisance complaints. Which.
What are we doing with trailer habitation? Since
Well, we're not doing anything with them. I'm collecting them and in a file, and then there's got the other ones that are already been assigned nuisance complaint case numbers that, you know, go back to, gosh, I think 2010, if not earlier than that. Yeah.
probably the same other state laws to regulate that stuff, so.
The move, so I'm out of this office back over to the old compliance office in anticipation for the move, and I'm boxing up stuff there. So I boxed up my stuff. Well, actually, most of the stuff I didn't even unpack, but over there, the phone is now transferred, you know, so the co-compliance number is transferred to the number in that old co-compliance office. Yeah, let's see, yeah. And that, you guys, you know better than I do on this, on the timeline of the move, but my understanding is I think the building department's supposed to move the last week in November, and since that's where my office will be.
That's when you'll
yeah,
move.
It makes sense, yeah. So on the second page, I'd like to go back and mention, the meeting I had with Department of Ecology and a lot of the issues that they're talking to me about with shoreline management plan and SEPA violations, these type of things. So I went back over the codes, and I'm having some difficulty that I need to have some answers, and that may be from the PA's office. But in the enforcement authority, there's no mention of code enforcement or compliance officer having any authority. In section 1.20.040.
That's shoreline management.
No, that's the authority part. This was what prompted me to go back over and check over authority, because they were saying, well, you need to enforce this and you need to enforce that. And so I got back over to see, okay, well, what am I enforcing underneath the county code? So that prompted me to go back over to start from the beginning with, okay, the enforcement authority in the first title. In title 1.20.040, and I apologize, I don't have a copy for you, but I'm taking all this information right from the county codes listed on the website. County enforcement officer has authority to issue and those infraction enforcement officials in the sheriff's office shall be the general and limited authority peace officers, which I do have a limited authority commission underneath the sheriff's department. Then enforcement officials in the building department shall be all licensed building inspectors. The enforcement officials in the planning department shall be all planners. The sheriff and the department heads may designate additional enforcement officials in their respective offices. Enforcement officials shall receive training in enforcing these in enforcing this chapter. Unless otherwise provided, the sheriff's department shall be the primary enforcement officials for the county code. I saw that, and the first part, when I just kind of leaned over it, I just, okay, and then when I went back, I saw that and I'm like, huh. So then I went back to some other codes, and what I found was there's only two titles that even mention the authority of an enforcement or code compliance officer. And that's in Title 8, in a couple of those sections in Title 8 or in health department, and then underneath Title 15, primarily Title 15.38. And so when I went to look at that, I found out, and I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but I found out that there was an update in the Title 15.38, and that it was supposed to have a different title number. And I don't know where that is. Again, I'm taking it from the website. We don't have.
15.38 is nuisance or
That's
compliance
underneath
part of building, right?
Yeah, and that's underneath.
That's
the
what we were
nuisance
going to pull that,
It was done.
make a new whole code for code compliance, submit that to the prosecutor, and that was done, but it wasn't ratified, and we kept the deal.
Okay, that answers that question.
That's correct, and we're correct, right?
Yeah, I think we have some work to do.
Has not been approved yet. It needs to.
Well, he didn't, the prosecutor didn't like the new one. He said, leave the old one the way it is. It works. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. But it sounds like you have some things that he might want to look at to make sure it's broke.
Yeah, these are questions that I have, and if he's able to.
Well, and I know that what is available online is not like, there's some stuff has not been updated as far as what's available. Yes, ma'am.
I believe it was in January that this board, at the direction of the building inspection director, took out code compliance nuisance from Title 15, created a new one with a number to be assigned. It was never assigned. And then I took it and assigned numbers, researched, and double checked with the PA. And then you all approved that. So it should be its own standalone.
I didn't know we approved that because I thought we sent it to a PA opinion request and he had an opinion. So I thought that's where it was left. I didn't know it was, he had a very strong opinion. So thought it was left on the table, unratified, and we went back to the original because of his strong opinion of our hard work. There needs to be some prosecutor double check. That's the way I believe it.
Yeah, I think
I'll double check. too,
Yeah, we
because
need to.
maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get some clarity around
That is
And
when
that's-
that's unmuted.
Yeah.
And that's why when Lem started, I'm kind of like, here's your thing, but you're gonna find issues like this. And when you do, bring them forward so we can bring them over there, get an opinion.
Yeah.
Amend whatever we currently are running on, which I believe is the old one. And get it fixed.
Lynn, I see you've unmuted. Did you have?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
It's not part of Title 15 anymore. It was pulled from Title 15, and we had given it the number of XX until it was decided upon. And the last I heard is that it was going to just be used as the wording is while it was reworded at some point and assigned a number, but it is not part of Title 15 any longer. When we adopted February 1st, it's pulled out of.
It's the old code with the new number, and it's not in 15, so it's the same.
Now, if we wanted to fix it later, we didn't have to go into 15 to fix it. Whatever that number is.
Well, that's my question.
She would know.
We have the new number.
I'll find it for you. I've got it.
Yeah, and then, yeah, I would, not gonna step on anybody's toes, but I would say we need to have a PA. He needs to kind of give it the PA and check on, make sure he's got the right authority based in there to.
What do we need to do?
And or even if he does because of his
right
service. We need to maybe change that wording, so. He decides to leave us, the position has that authority.
Yeah, it seems like a code compliance officer should be able to enforce.
It kind of said the designee.
Designee, so I think that.
Well,
building director.
yeah, when you go through each title, many of these titles, it says the director of that department has the authority to enforce all provisions of a particular title.
Make a designee.
It doesn't say anything that I found where it says designee. And if I'm working for planning, yeah, they say, well, you're my designee, that's one, but I don't report to them.
Right.
I report to you, the board.
I just want to make sure that if the prosecutor says we need designee in there, I don't want to have a case go to court and then have that guy say, wait a minute, this isn't.
Right.
This guy's
isn't the
not
planning
in the-
director. He has no authority and the whole case gets thrown out.
So I
let's
mean,
kind of nip it in the bud. And fix it.
I realize this is a unique situation here, but yeah, I don't know how this would go. Challenged, I mean.
Do we need to submit that PA request or can we
I
just
think-
advise him to work with the PA there to have an opinion, your relationship, so.
Yeah,
Go that route.
if you're okay with that, Jake. Yeah, because I think we need to
Work directly.
see, yeah, as far as work directly with PA, as far as and find out, as far as, can
What
you
works
show
for both
what,
of you.
or what do we
Right.
need to,
Right.
change, amend, add.
And maybe I'm missing. the
Right,
key
maybe.
Component, and he'll bring it out and say, well, that's your key component right there. And
Right.
That's,
There's your authority right there.
yeah, I'm just not, I'm not seeing it, except for in a couple of these, title 15.38 and then, or whatever the new number is, but, and then a couple of sections underneath the health department. Is it, so, I don't have anything else.
I have two questions.
Okay.
Wasn't there a new state law that says you can't evict people from their car? You can't tow their car or their trailer or anything they're living in because that's their home. It's now their domicile.
Yeah.
How are we gonna address that with trailer habitation?
I think that's definitely a PA question, you know, I think my role is enforcing what comes down. But I know that, I think it was Washington Association of Cities and Counties, Counties and Cities, I think, I saw that they recommended, it wasn't in relation to public or private properties, in relation to public property, you need to limit your enforcement to, as far as vehicles that you perceive as domiciles. Right. They're telling people, kind of hands off on.
Right,
that.
that's kind of what I'm saying.
How-
If we can get a PA's opinion on that, we would know what we're gonna do with these 29 cases or any future phone calls.
Yeah, well, and that's the other, question I have is when the floodgates do open.
Right. Because that was my second part. So I'm hoping that while you're in there, you can ask them about trailer habitation and get an answer for us on whether that's enforcing or not enforcing.
So are you worried that we would be kicking people off of public property and pushing them into the public, kicking people off of private property and pushing them into the public right of way?
I don't think you have it by law that you can do either right now under Washington state law. I don't think you can tell them they can't sleep in their car to park or a trailer on their house. That's the law that just passed. And that's why I'm worried about, for the most part, us doing anything until we have an interpretation of that. Because that is their domicile.
Okay, but I think my recollection is you're correct that the law was about on public right of way, not on private land.
Right.
I mean, I see your
Right,
point.
I
It's
get
like,
it.
well,
That's
if
why I
you
wanted
can't
legal
move them.
opinion. I don't want to go to court.
I think it's silent on
In
the private side.
Absolutely, and maybe that's the case, and that's all fine and dandy. I don't want to go to court. I would like an easy legal opinion on if that's the case.
Okay.
To save us from going whoops later.
And it may
Okay,
be
you're
that
fine.
it comes back and says, well, you need a test case in order for that to happen. I mean, it's just when you look at this and say, well, if and there's, I think, obviously, I don't know all the legal ins and outs of this, but when the state Supreme Court came down with the decision, and I did mention to the PA, I said, oh, this is interesting. And he said, well, there's some other issues in there that maybe they went the wrong way about it, but if it's more difficult on public property, how do we approach it when it's somebody's private property? Yeah.
But then the extension of that is you're not going to be able to regulate anything on anything. Why do I need a building permit?
Right.
Why do I need, you can't, this is my.
I'm not arguing.
Oh, I
for or
know.
against. I'm not arguing for or against. I just don't want to pay litigation for us being wrong by arguing one way at a time. So I want clarification that we have that authority to be pro or against, and then we can have that discussion. Is all I'm asking for.
Okay.
We've paid enough attorney's fees. So that was my number one, and my number two is this moratorium is still in place until December 31st. Are we planning on leaving it in place until December 31st? Or
what our grounds would be too.
well, that was kind of my question. Are we ready to not have a moratorium on that, or?
I mean, we have a compliance officer in place. What's our
grounds for
having not rescinding it now?
That's my argument. That's why I'm asking the question without making a motion of the question.
I mean, my big thing was, I wanted to give Lim enough
Time,
time
right,
to
right.
get in there, get to know all the players, get to know the people he's working with, get to feel comfortable, get all of his questions answered on enforcement and everything. If he needed any training, so that then, the first of the year, he could start, really pushing. I mean, my first question is if you're getting 4 complaints a week, how many complaints do you feel like you can work through in a week?
Well, I mean, on cases, you work at different stages on a particular case, so, in one case, it's like, okay, well, I was able to, the landowner returned, they received a certified letter, they returned, called, we set up a time to meet. And at this point, it's okay, we'll work with the health department, in order to mitigate the situation that they have there. And so, but the other time, it's like, okay, I'm just receiving a report. And so I'm looking at it and saying, okay, is this a nuisance complaint? Or is this a health violation where, yeah, I can take some action, but, so those, okay, when I shelve that on some of these, I'll look and say, what's the zoning area? So, I mean, it's when you're, working cases from beginning to end, you've got different stages in each particular case, and you may have a whole bunch. Now, some of these, I found a couple of these cases, one in particular, it should have never been assigned a number. It was totally a civil issue, and completely a private property issue. And so what I did is then I rescinded the case number, and then went on. I mean, and how far back, that's the other thing too, is how far back do I, go back in the case files and work those cases of that 173, active cases. Even if, and of course, like right now, 64 of them, well, or maybe a little bit more, because not just the one category, but if, the moratorium's lifted, then it's, 174, 73, but again.
I would think.
Because one of those cases back from 1999, it was never closed out, and I'm looking at the file, like, why was there no follow-up?
I would think septic ones, we would need to keep, and this is just my own thought, because that's a public health issue. But I do understand that, maybe having a date limit on all others that aren't public health issue. But I'm open to logical thought. But I also, I don't know, I'm thinking if we can get the answer to some of these, or at least give him guidance on which ones, we don't care about somebody's grass being too long. You can tell those people, sorry, that's not for us, and eliminate one phone call when it comes in.
That's why I'm wondering, are you able to sort some of those at the beginning as far as the?
Yeah, and I
Like
have.
if you get 4 and,
I have
2
them
of them
sort of-
are not even, it's like, I hear you, but this really is a civil matter. This does not.
Right.
This is a
Yeah,
conversation
and that-
You need to have with your neighbor, not
Yeah,
with me.
and that's not an issue. I mean, I've had a couple of those calls, in fact, last week, that dealing with where it's, you're talking about a private road here. The county can't get involved in private easement issues. So, and then, and those are the primary, a gal living in her RV gets kicked off of the property. The property owner evicts her. Well, there's not anything that I can enforce there. It's a civil issue. So those are manageable things, I can tell you from past experience, when you're shaking calls and you may have 20 calls in a day in a shift that you're dealing with, and half of those you're taking paper on. so, I mean, that's, and again, we go back to depending on how back go. A lot of those can be eliminated just by, saying, okay, we're not gonna be investigating
Anything that's 3 years, over
past
3 years old, where
five,
it's not even,
whatever.
or 5 or whatever it is.
And some of those, I think, is just a matter of, well, this complaint came in, like we had one that was complaining, and the person that that was the property owner passed away. Well, that case is closed because the situation that they had there, there's a structure there. It's still in the guy's name, but there's nothing that I can do at this point in order to contact the owner, property owner who's passed away. I mean, that's,
So I would say, we should set a date. I don't care what the date is, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, don't care. I do think we should still be looking at least investigate septic stuff that goes back farther than that. Because if they got a leach field that's leaching into a creek or something, we should be doing our due diligence and making sure that, I don't care if it was 5 years ago, that we don't have that current situation going on.
I would say for me, I think there's general agreement on the septic stuff, and let's work on that. As far as the other stuff, once you're kind of really open for business, I think we are gonna have to kind of prioritize. Because there's,
right.
And so I think we're gonna have to set some, like, you do this and then you work on this and you work, and some of this stuff is just, we're not gonna get to for quite some time, if at all. And it's just, there's gonna be I think, because I don't know any other way, it would be different if you were starting from zero. And then you could, but you've got this enormous backlog that somehow we are going to have to chop some of those off to get rid of them, just to get you kind of current.
Right.
So that you can deal with stuff as it comes in the door.
Well, it's like if he's out dealing with cold cases from 10 years ago, trying to reinvestigate,
Right.
re-examine, and the data's moved and the stuff's moved,
Right.
and it's.
Well, and
I
that,
kind of look at some of that as being, if they ain't complained in the last couple of years, make a new complaint.
Yeah.
Well,
drop
so
this
it's
thing
good.
off in 3 years,
So the
anything older than
complaints-
3 done.
some of the claims might not be around it.
Right. So those are just like.
That's what I'm
those
saying.
are-
I'm happy to set a date range if whatever my teammates are willing to do is fine with me. Just set a date range, and everything older than that, if it isn't septic related, it's off.
It just goes and it's a reset.
What date range works for you guys? Like I said, I'm wide open. I don't care. 2, 3, 5. I don't.
I'm fine with Lim making that decision as he reviews the cases to be like, how high, what, I mean, because you have all sorts of different valuations on, how destructive or dangerous or something may be. A shorelines complaint from 3 years ago for clearing next to the stream. Well, if you go and look at it now, it's grown back.
Right.
What's I'm saying, it's old
Case
data.
closed.
Yeah, well, not like you're doing a follow-up on that and you see the conditions, say, okay, but case
Or you
closed, so-
follow up and it's like, oh, it's still ongoing and
or worse.
now.
Look, a horseshoe pit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not, I would agree. I would.
All right, so
Okay.
apparently there's no date range. Just check them off as you need to check them off.
Yeah.
So work on the septic things.
And the more you can get closed out, and you just like, I mean, you have a wide array of latitude and discretion to
Yeah.
say, this doesn't really move up to the nuisance. I mean, we've got 64 nuisance complaints, and you're like,
Right.
does this really affect you? Is this continually affecting you? Is this where I'm gonna spend my time on? Because
Yeah.
I think the nuisance complaint numbers are gonna go up, and it's gonna be.
Well, it's kind of interesting because some of these complaints, and then when you look at where these people actually reside, and they have no property within 5 miles of where
They shouldn't even, that to me is.
then you look at that and say underneath the procedures and policies, it doesn't.
You're done.
Right.
That's what I'm afraid of, is that we got in the habit of people were complaining, and so it's really easy to take the information and we're starting a thing, and then, but you have to have the hard conversation up front, saying, I know it's difficult and it's not this, but it really does not rise to the level of something.
He can thin that herd out pretty good, and I think I don't know, I would say that for me, you have a wide range of latitude in how you interpret private property rights too. I mean, if they have a problem and you say, no, that's not something that we're as a county gonna get involved in, if they got a problem with it, they can stand right here at 1 o'clock and tell us we need to have a problem with it. And if we agree, we'll let you know.
That's true.
it
They
should
always
be on
can
your
take it to
case.
your boss.
Yeah.
So, that's what I said, you know. if-
Who's your boss?
Don't tell
Yeah,
anybody.
well-
Talk to him at 1 o'clock on Tuesday.
I'm complaining that my neighbor's putting up.
Pick a
birdhouses,
number.
and now I got too many birds.
Yeah.
Just, it's private property in town, so check it
But
out. List.
it's definitely I'm not, if there's no enforcement, there's no enforcement. I mean, and then they've got to take a different avenue, right?
I'm just worried you're gonna get bogged down in a bunch of 8 and 10-year-old cases that are so changed that it's just gonna be too time consuming to play with something that old.
Well,
So I would say stay with the new stuff and we'll worry about the old.
yeah,
stuff.
certainly the septic stuff is what I'll kind of
Be
focus on
focused. I mean,
until
that's an easy
the
thing for
first of the
now.
year or till
Right.
next week when you.
Yeah, you
say,
got
"Hey, know
21
what?
of them to deal with,
Yeah.
so when those 21 are gone, come back and see.
And I guess I would say when you feel, if you feel.
We'll give you
more-
something else to work on.
If you feel that.
What's the next
you have
awful
more
thing?
free
How
time for
about this?
A moratorium to lift before December 31st, let us know.
Okay.
Because that's up to us and we're listening to you. Okay, so if you're ready, when you're ready.
Yeah.
That can go away.
All right, good. All right, thank you.
You're
up to speed. All right. Why don't we move on the consent agenda? That way we start.
Saying in massive order.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with all 18 items.
I would second.
Okay, I have a motion, and a second to adopt the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Yes,
No.
Mr. Barker has asked me a series of questions, a series of times that I'm not in the position to respond to. So I asked him if he would like to come see you guys on Thursday about his proposed budget. And he said yes. So can we add him to the list
I think so.
of departments on Thursday? Thank you.
You want to tell us what his question was?
No. You can forward that.
Mr. Ross.
I did.
You did.
You're,
The one that,
you're quoted in there, so I.
that's, I noticed you sent it to me, but I have quoted.
I can send it to you.
Brenda and Greg actually have a specific time on the docket. Neither one of them need a specific time on the docket. So Larry can have one of their times.
Okay.
And it might keep us moving faster.
Okay.
Or both of their times, I don't care.
Thank you.
Okay, anything on board pending that you wanted to bring up before I ask?
Other than the copy machines that we're still looking for information on.
You guys need to be considering some appointments, especially for like DOE coming up.
I'm ready to move on to those things.
Well, you don't need to actually make a decision now. You just need to let me know, because then I can prepare them for your consideration. DOE, I've got one applicant that seems fairly experienced.
This
She-
is to replace Jerry Smith.
Yes, sir. She is not in District 1. That's not a requirement, but that's
It
what
would
we've
be
typically
nice
done.
to have somebody.
Somebody from District 1, yeah.
And Jake,
To some degree, but you have 2 District 2s.
Who is this one coming from?
she lives in District 3.
So there would be no District 1.
There'd be no
And 2,
District 1.
just like there's no District
Jake-
3 right now.
Commissioner Anderson did, somebody did express an interest, so
Huh?
if he wants to, or she wants to send in an application, and you guys consider.
I would defer to the district that the vacancy was in,
Okay.
at least for a period of time. You know, if we can't function and we gotta fill it, then we
We're
gotta
still
fill
okay.
it. We try to keep. So,
I've been working on it.
yeah, I know, that's a real fun one to try to.
I know, I've been working on it.
I've got several others that they are coming up for reappointments the end of the year. They have been longstanding. They have submitted applications, which I gave you guys a list.
Yeah, Yeah, I've been working on mine. I think I got one for the, somebody I'm interested in, at least for planning commission. Comes up with one. Somebody.
Are you guys, do you want to consider, you don't have to make a decision now, historically, the board has allowed employees to leave on Christmas Eve at noon.
Yeah.
And then the following week, by 4 in the evening for
New Year's
Christmas,
Eve.
for New Year's Eve. If that's something you guys want to consider again for this year.
Yes. Be okay with that.
Most of them are on vacation anyway.
Anyway, I know, that's kind of how we used to be. It was an hour early. And then we found there was nobody left. Everybody had taken a day off. So it was kind of a nice gesture that really didn't do anything. So, yes, we're fine with that.
As far as BOE, I'm fine with waiting to see if Mr. Anderson can find a replacement for District 1. Like I said, just wait and see how that one rolls. But if he does find a replacement, Mr. Moko isn't due until next summer, and I want to wait on that. So I know he's willing to serve another term, but I don't want to decide that 6 months.
No, we definitely wait until his turn.
Gets him closer to decide on whether I actually want a District 3 person.
With redistricting, it might change.
Yeah, that's true.
He was originally in District 3.
Yeah.
That's true, because I think that's going to be the first area that.
Probably. I mean, we don't know.
That's quite possible.
Districts are gonna move around, maybe.
Civil Service Commission,
That individual has indicated he is willing to continue.
the only other one in the file is Teresa Cagle. But I'm trying to figure out where Teresa, she was Dallasport. She moved to Dallasport. From Dallasport to Dallasport. So it's a commission, it's a District 1 seat in Civil Service Commission.
That's correct, sir.
And Teresa's District 2, so that answers me that
You want to, yeah.
Are you good, Dick? Reappoint Wesley Gross. State Board of Health for last. You got Planning Commission, District 1 and District 2.
I am anticipating another application from a long-standing county resident that has expressed interest. I don't have the application yet.
So you want to hold off on Planning Commission, gentlemen, until you guys make some more choices there? Where you make
I am.
Okay. Senior Services, District 1, Shelley Baxter. I thought I was just talking to Sharon. No, she had a District 3 person. Somebody in District 2 was stepping down.
Actually, that person that's just resigned is in District 1, Grayson Bookmeyer.
So you gotta find something.
Usually your recommendations do come from your advisory board. I need to.
Especially
For them, yeah.
For that one especially.
Like I said, Sharon was working on something. I can't remember exactly what she was talking about. Veterans Advisory Board, Jerry Smith in District 1, Cindy Furlong in District 3. We're both willing to serve another term. I'm fine with Cindy Furlong in number 3.
Jerry, he'll stay on that.
He definitely
Oh,
said it.
good, okay.
Yeah,
Good then.
totally.
I'm totally, because I thought, oh God, that's another one to find. You to find somebody. Okay, yeah, no, I'm both.
So those two are
Those
good.
two, I'm both. good.
Seniors, we'll talk to seniors. Planning, we're waiting
We're
for those
waiting.
two on planning. BOE, we're kind of waiting on. Board of Health, if you guys are interested in.
The only opening in Board of Health that is coming due would be position number 1, and she has submitted an application, and she definitely is interested in reappointment. Jerry, I actually confirmed it.
Oh, okay. That's okay. That's a little different than Board of Equalization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a new application on Board of Health from John Burnmeister, who's a DO here in Goldendale. That is my recommendation. Not that I have anything wrong with Miss Sue, but she's been on since 2017. Both of these citizens are from the same area of the county. I think it'd be nice to spread it out a little bit. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, I'll look at the application. I don't know the person. So. Okay, any other board pending? Then shovel my pile up. Mr. Treasurer.
Board of Adjustment, sir. I forgot. You have the Board of Adjustments that you have to find. Or renew. Keith Arnett.
Yeah. Keith.
So.
I don't know if Keith, I am not assuming he will reapply, but I don't know.
Maybe I'll.
You want me to reach out to him?
Yeah, give him a chance and then he's been on.
Otherwise, you have the other District 2 or academic lane hires anyway. So reach out.
Well, or by default.
I'll find something, sir.
Right. I suspect he will want to be, he
Need help, let me know.
yeah.
All right, I think that's what we got going for now.
Yes.
Mr. Treasurer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So, Finance Committee met on Friday. It was a pretty good meeting. We talked about, one of the things that we did discuss in the beginning while we were approving some of the minutes is we did talk about trying to post, Brenda was talking about possibly posting the minutes on her webpage. So she's gonna look into that because we felt that that would be, because I come without the minutes approved for the previous and not there from my notes, and I'm not a good note taker. We are very.
No, we already.
And we are very lucky to have Brenda. Brenda takes very good
Yes.
notes.
Great.
And so that is one thing that we're gonna look into is getting that set up possibly, or do something so we can post the approved minutes so that they would be out there. So anyway, we had a discussion about that. We did talk about the debt schedule, but all we did was confirm that we were all on the same page that we talked about the previous Tuesday. So that was done. So I am actually updating the numbers and we'll get those to Jen. So she'll have those in her numbers. We rescheduled a November meeting. We had a conflict for the first meeting the next meeting's on the Thursday of Thanksgiving. We all.
That was
agreed.
Black Friday.
Black Friday, yes. It's on
Which I was
Friday.
totally fine with.
So we rescheduled that to November 22nd at 9 a.m. We had I was wanting to make sure that we followed up to the Blake decision. It sounds like that is just in the auditor's office. It sounds like that's something Brenda was dealing with from an accounting perspective and doing some things, but it really didn't impact the treasurer's office, and it sounded like things were going. So we were just covering that. We did talk about, we had a budget update or old business and talked about that. And we had talked about a handful of things. One of the things that came up was when we had talked about reallocating or changing the allocation for the fourth quarter and taking off the 250,000 to a cumulative reserve, excuse me, and the 300,000 to the radio payback. Dave brought up that there could be resolutions tied to those. So we are going back to see if we can find the resolutions and confirm where we believe we are so that we have all of our I's dotted and our T's crossed.
I gave you that ordinance, I believe, for the payback.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that radio payback fund just meant for this, and when this is done, the fund's gonna close, or are we gonna come up with the next project?
There's no fund. It's just it's a portion. It's just a little piece of the 125.
Okay.
So it's not really a fund. It's
Not
just
a fund.
it's actually a spreadsheet. I think that maybe Lee keeps track of that. It's just a running number.
It's just $1 million that's earmarked in there for that.
Correct. Yep. But we believe that there's a resolution that states that we have to do that. And what we want to make sure is that we don't not follow our own resolutions or ordinances. And that's the
So that
same,
it directs that we will do that 300,000 and the 250, and if we elected on with the fourth quarter payment to not make those allocations, we have to go clean that up. If there's some, we have to change the resolution or withdraw the resolution or whatever.
or whatever.
Or whatever.
And the question was, one of them we thought was an ordinance, which would be way more difficult than a resolution.
Yeah.
So we were going to.
So we
go
didn't
through-
find an ordinance.
I gave you what I found.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So we found an ordinance.
No, I don't think it was an ordinance. I think all we found was, it was in the, well, we don't really know because it was in the budget when it was adopted. No, you gave me maybe not then.
No, it's,
Okay, then I guess I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Because my recollection was it was an ordinance, the 300,000 to the radio payback
Is an ordinance.
is an ordinance. And so to not do it, you have to have a public hearing.
Well, that's kind of my question is, once we have the money set aside for that radio project, there's no other radio project.
No, I have not seen this.
To fund, except future, right? So.
This is the final payment also.
Yeah, this was the final.
Right, so that was kind of my question is going forward next year, were we still putting money aside for that? Or are we trying to figure out a different funding mechanism for that? And it sounds like we are gonna continue to put by ordinance.
I think the ordinance expires at this payment. I think it specified the length of term of the payment. Well, I thought it did, but maybe not.
What's that?
I thought it said through 2022.
That's what I thought. I thought there was some.
Starting in 2013, so it would be through 2022, right?
For 10 years.
Yeah, so it's 10
What
years.
is that? Can I get a copy of
It's
that?
ordinance, yeah, I can just give you the copy.
Okay, but what's the ordinance number?
042914.
Okay.
So we don't have a radio project payment in 2023.
No.
Unless we want to reenact some new ordinance.
Right.
That was my question.
But we already, last week with for budget, we said we're not making the $300,000 payment into that reserve because of the shortfall in the fourth quarter. Not, I mean, compared to budget, not shortfall. And so we can certainly do that, but we have to change, because a former ordinance directs us to, and we can change it, but we have to clean that up.
Okay, so now that we found that, we will find this and then I will bring back the other one that I think is for the 250, which is resolution.
I think that's a resolution, and that's a stroke of the pen.
Okay. So we're still working through those pieces, but we had a discussion. Okay. So we had a discussion about those two things and trying to get that, make sure that we don't do something that we have set up already. We had some general discussions about unbudgeted revenues, and just trying to make sure that we were, had gone through really nothing in depth other than just kind of talking through some of the unbudgeted revenues that we had talked about the day before, making sure we were on the same page. And then the other thing that we did was we were discussing, or we had a conversation, I had asked about buildings and grounds that's in the general fund of whether with the buildings as in 2023 or 4, whether there would be increases in there because as the new buildings are new, do we have any additional maintenance or different things? And so that basically where that ended was we were waiting, kind of like Jake had said at one point in time, get into the new building, see how everything starts to flush out and then move on. And so that was kind of where that ended at. I think that was about what we covered for budgeting. Brenda did bring, and you guys have talked to Brenda earlier, we did have a short discussion on the time and attendance software. And there was nothing new to report on the Rescue America. And the next meeting will be 11/22 at 9 a.m.
So big.
She's supposed to say that in her.
Yeah. That's the inside your head voice. I'm still learning that lesson.
We did have in the treasurer's office, some information about the treasurer's office. Public Works installed a drop box in our wall so that you can put things into the office. We don't have the paperwork set up there, so we're hoping to try to get that put up today or tomorrow so that we will be able to get tax payments and everything. We want to get it here. We're hoping for today, but we'll probably be.
I'll try it on Thursday.
Yeah, you can. So if we're closed, because we don't open till 9 to the public, we're in balancing, doing other things until 9. And we start closing our tills at 4:30, but people can, if they're in the hallway or have access to the building, can put an envelope into the drop box. In addition to, as you remember, technically per the new COVID rules or L&I or whatever, when people come into the office, the staff is required, because we're a public area, we don't have a separate wall. So hopefully we'll be able to get people to just drop stuff in the drop box. That way there, my staff won't have to put their masks on and off, and it'll make it a pleasurable place to work. So shout out to Public Works. They got that put in last week, and I think it's going to work out, and it's going to be great. I think it is going to be very good. As this is our main focus right now is collection of the second half taxes. It's the 25th. We posted through yesterday. Yesterday we posted CoreLogic, which is our largest taxing service. And we are about 85% completed. So we're always a day or two behind again. Second half collections, I've always said they're kind of a crazy time because they happens all in a 2-week period of time. We rarely, the mail just started going up about the 15th, and now it'll go be steady crazy all the way till, and taxes are due November 1st this year, because the 31st is a Sunday. So we will have revenue, all of our revenue, we'll have 2 days of tax, pretty good tax payments and posts, I would think, into November. So, but we're on track, 85%. I think that's a good number. That in the terms of the general fund is about 742,000. And that is on an estimate of I can't remember the number, but up about what we budgeted for 2022. So I'm kind of watching that number to kind of see that we kind of have a good,
We got a good number.
good number. Yeah, exactly. We have set a date for the surplus auction, which is December 1st through the 6th. It will be on Public Surplus is the name of the entity. We are working with Lee to get a plan on going through the rest of it. This is our first time of doing it online, so we will work on that part of it. And we're doing some of it, but this week's going to be a little crazy. We'll probably get all of our work done on the starting in November. Yes, sir.
I'm reading our documents and it says sealed bid auction. Is this gonna be sealed bid online, or are people gonna be able to like eBay the thing?
Well, which documents are you reading?
I don't know, it was on our consent agenda for surplus items. I thought it said sealed bid on
It
it.
was setting the hearing date.
Gotcha.
And I thought it said sealed.
That
bid.
is how we used to do it.
Right.
And that is probably my fault, and I probably didn't. So we
Just needed a little white out.
Yeah,
on it.
no, this will be a full-on auction.
That's what I thought.
So it'll be just like the same format. It will be, they will bid, it will get to the very end. It will stay open. If somebody keeps bidding every 30, I think it's 30 seconds or a minute. I can't remember how it works. Just like what I think we're all familiar with as being an online auction. And so you'll be able to see that, Susie Q is bidding against you or however it works, and you'll be able to see how it all goes. So that could be, that's probably on me, because I talked about changing this, but I didn't even think about it being in Lee's
I
document.
changed it in some places.
And that's okay, that's okay.
Every little spot changed.
No, it's
that's on
not.
me.
It's a tough one, because and this will be the first time that we're gonna do it. And I talked to my staff, and I'm like, if we could just get some of this stuff going and get a platform for this, I think it's gonna go well.
And then, same questions on auction. Are you gonna have better identification of items? Because it's like the sheriff federal ammunition 12 gauge pellets. I mean, if it's size 7 birdshot, it's dirt cheap. If it's double aught buck, it's $1 a round.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm assuming.
So our
we're gonna
plan
have a
is to
better-
have pictures of all of this stuff and do as much pictures and everything as we can. Videos don't really work as
Right.
well, what they've said, and this is just kind of been talking to the folks that have done these in the
Unless
past.
it's running.
Unless it's yes. You know, we've got some vehicles that don't have
You
keys.
can prove it's running.
Yeah. But I don't really know that our prices have been that great with the sealed bid in the past, so I really don't know that it's gonna be, I mean, we've been really watching, Klickitat just did the same thing through their auction. So
And then,
we're gonna have to do pictures, we're gonna have to have a better, and I think we're gonna have to work going forward, trying to get the departments when they're surplusing things to give us a little bit better description of, okay, is the transmission, why are you, if you're just surplusing it because it gets to the end, great. Is there anything known that you know? If you know that the transmission's slipping, then let's just write it in there. I mean, it just makes sense.
well, and it will drive the prices up of the other ones, because you just disclosed this one.
Sure.
This one must not have a transmission slipping, or you don't think it
Or-
does.
Which, yeah,
Which
exactly.
then drives up the price of the other ones. And my other thing was like, if all these shotgun shells, if it's all in one lot, you've got 3 people that might bid on it. If it's in 2 lots, like all that bulk ammo casing, all that brass, 500 pounds of brass, if that's all in.
I don't
one
think we were
lot,
gonna do it in one lot. We hadn't
If
really
you
got.
break it up by caliber, you got more bidders.
But we probably are not gonna break it up 100% by caliber, because I think we're gonna find some calibers are good. We're gonna probably have the main calibers, and then we're probably gonna have some missile, I mean, because I'm not gonna think you're gonna have some that you're gonna have a lot less pieces of, but I guess having another lot, we'll have to get there. We haven't done it this way. We haven't auctioned off that kind of stuff before. So, usually with the vehicles, they're a lot. Usually, we have had tractors, all kinds of stuff like that. So desks and things, we have taken desks and chairs and tried to make a happy pallet that somebody can, kind of.
Outfit your new
Yes,
office.
exactly.
As I said,
So what are we
I'm
gonna-
not too worried about desks and chairs and bookshelves, because you're gonna make $5. I'm looking at the brass, and I know one buyer, but if you separate them, and you show 175 pounds of 9mm, now this guy's interested. Where I'm not interested in all the 338 Lapua garbage stuff down in there. So I think you drive up more bidding by having those calibers separated. And that gets a better price for the taxpayer, so that'd be my recommendation, to do it how you want. I was just curious how you're doing it.
Yeah, we haven't really gotten to that point yet. But pictures, we're gonna try to do a lot of pictures.
I know, it's getting close.
It's a sleeping
No.
afternoon.
God forbid we go past 4 o'clock.
That's supposed to be in your ear.
Sorry. Oh, there you go. I thought my mask covered everything.
So did I.
Yeah.
Greg, I don't see you in that the resolution says sealed bid, so it might have been on my agenda cover.
Because I think I did
I
see
saw
that.
it somewhere, and I was kind of surprised, because I knew you were doing it online.
It's so, because we're doing some of that with ours and trying to go through everything and change it and look at, see where everything's at, and it happens trying to update those, so. But yes, no, it will be a full-on public surplus, and if you wanted to go look at other auctions, it's publicsurplus.com is the webpage, and then you just put in so many miles from your house or whatever you want. I usually do 200 miles, that pulls up. But Klickitat was on there the other day, so we looked at some of their stuff, and they've been using the platform for quite a while.
And I'm assuming you're gonna have a heck of a marketing campaign with it in the paper, little radio ads.
We're gonna, we're really trying to cut back
Talking about on the radio.
on the expensive side. That's the problem. We're trying to cut our budget. So that's some of the things that we have done in the past. Those would come out of our general budget. So we are trying to balance this out with where because we run in the past have run a lot of ads. Like we didn't do it this year. We didn't run an ad in the paper, in the Sentinel, which we have done usually in the past, because we're trying to kind of cut back on our expenses. We did run about 6 ads on the radio, specifically kind of targeting the 1400 talk show thing a couple times, trying to do that to see where we're at. So we'll see. But ads are expensive, and that's
No
the,
problem.
but no, we definitely want to try to promote.
Everywhere else.
And we would
Probably get
love
more
to spend 30 minutes of a radio interview telling you about every different caliber.
Yeah,
of
give us
brass
an
and
itemized list.
Yeah, we will. We have 3 30-minute
Maybe
commercials.
You have 3 30-minute commercials.
We could do that.
Okay, so we could do that. That is actually not a bad idea. I will write that down.
No, I'm already
that.
practicing. I don't know about that, Julian, but you know.
75, Grand Marquis.
Yeah.
Oh, the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. We can. Oh, no.
So yeah, you might
Totally
not have to
redirect
spend
that.
much because we could probably make it happen.
Yeah.
But we are using radio a little bit more than we have in the past. And I think we did use it with surplus sale, and I do think it was effective. And we could kind of target some specific times of the day. And I think we got a little bit broader a group, but we did kind of more the Y102 one, and it seemed to work out fairly well. But you know, there's good listeners at 1400 about 8 o'clock in the morning, so we throw a few ads.
I
in
just
that
wish
spot.
we could,
There's
but I'd probably get in trouble.
There's listeners, taxpayers.
Oh.
I wish we could make the brass national advertising.
Well, they do, public surplus is a website that's, you know, they can, and I can ask them about.
You're gonna
what they
get,
do.
you're gonna get,
What's the
Yeah,
value?
yeah, what's the
I mean,
value?
honestly,
That 500 pounds of brass, what's it worth?
What?
$5 grand easy.
Usually a sale, when we do our
I
sales.
mean, I can give you a better number on Thursday when I do the math.
Yeah, because I
haven't done the math yet.
It's $10 a pound though for brass.
Oh, easy. Oh, absolutely. It's, you pay, 9mm ammo, you're probably 100. I mean, when you can find it, granted, you can't find it right now, so top potatoes, find demand. A box of 9mm brass this big, 110 bucks. 223 ammo, way more than that. I mean, brass is, you can't find brass or driving to New Mexico to pick brass up at a range and pay full price. That you're gonna see there's money there. No shotgun shells are buck around if you advertise it correctly. If it's buck, double up buck or slugs, buck around easy. So right there's 10 grand.
Anything else?
I am a little worried about, just as a comment on that, I am a little worried with the shells, and I'm reaching out to some other treasurers to find out if they've ever sold those, to make sure what kind of criteria we have to have for paperwork and all the other things, because usually we just sell cars and.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have a title. I mean, it's not like it can't be done. I'm just wanting to make
Push
sure.
off
that
our
we
lot before.
dot
dark.
our i's and
Get
cross our
out.
t's, so the risk assessment guy behind. Yeah, I don't care.
Right.
Yeah, or put it on a trailer. and
Or
tow
put it
it
on a
around.
trailer, get rid of it.
Pick it up where it sits.
Right.
And that's really it. Like I say, mostly this is just tax collection week, and started last week, and it will finish, and we'll be pretty busy through Friday. So get in, pay your taxes. But I think so far it's looking pretty good. We have all the mortgage companies in, so.
One thing I was thinking about is, for some of these older cars, at the Dallas Airport, it might be a good idea if we donate that to the city or the county runs it, but most small airports have courtesy cars that come from the counties or the cities or whoever manages it. And so if we have a good operating running one that wouldn't be,
That we're gonna get $500 for.
yeah, that we're gonna get $500 for, that would bring in people that are flying in to go buy.
We had one at the last surplus auction for something. I don't remember what it was, but we had one that had low miles on it, but there might be one on this one too.
The city.
So would they then purchase it for a fee, or we would just they would buy it for $1 or something?
We
like
wouldn't
that?
surplus it necessarily.
No, I want it out of here. They can be on their payroll.
Well, I mean, it would
If
either,
the
it would
tires
either
get replaced, I
go,
don't wanna pay for it.
it would either go, like, in a lot of instances, the counties keep them, and then, you know, they do an annual on the thing once a year or whatever, and it just sits out there and it's keys, you know. The city is providing one out to the airport out here. They've got one, and I don't think we have any down at Dallasport, but
So were you just thinking Dallasport, or are you thinking donating one there? Because that depends on me whether I take it off our rolls or not.
Well,
If it's up here, I don't want it on our.
right, but down there that we own half.
That's a little different, but I also don't want to pay maintenance down there. When it breaks, throw it in the garbage, I'll give you another one.
We have a sale every year.
Yeah.
Okay, it's that one.
Instead of parking these at the fairgrounds, we can
Park them at the airport.
Just leave the keys on them and use.
We can get them a bus for crying out loud.
I don't think we want to.
For the big
bus.
place.
A big place. Yeah.
For the big,
Again, I just don't want to be in charge of
Yeah.
insurance and maintenance at the
what
airport.
you thinking? I can see you turning?
Me?
Him.
No,
Didn't they used to have one at the Dalles? They've had one for years and it wore out at the airport.
No, but I think that was provided by the FBO.
The FBO,
Oh,
yeah. And then the FBO's changed.
it's a big deal at an airport having a vehicle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said, I don't mind donating. I just don't want to be the hook for wear and tear.
Well, and I know like fire districts, a lot of
Like you said,
times
when it
they'll,
dies,
you know, if they
just-
have a rig, like a bigger fire district will surplus it and the other fire district pays $10 or something like that. You know, I mean, and it's because it's still for the betterment of the public or however, you know, it's kind of doing it for the citizens. So that's another way to do it. And it could still come off of ours and, you know, we could give it to, or, you know, get it to the airport consortium or whatever that group is called. But yes, we can look at that. I can look through the list and see. I was thinking that there's one on this list. I haven't really dug into this list too extensively.
If you find a good car.
Seems like there's
I'll
one
talk,
that came
I'll
from
talk with
somewhere.
Jeff and see what.
Yeah, I don't care if it's. cheap.
It's not, you're Jeff.
Jeff from the air, Jeff from the airport.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say, I don't think it's a public works vehicle. I think theirs are usually pretty well.
Well, we
gone
have so
through
many Jeffs. It could have
multiple
been
places.
Jeff
Could've been
King, it
anybody.
could have Jeff Manor. I mean,
That's true. Yeah, we do have a lot of
Pick
Jeffs.
your Jeff.
You know, Jeff.
I don't want to give them.
Oh, airport Jeff. Right.
Yes. Okay. I will put that on there.
Something that runs that's not of much value.
And the other thing that we have done, and we did the last time, is we have a list that we do invite the scrappers. We send it, there's 3 or 4 scrapper people that are in the county. And because we don't have minimum bids. So we just want them to bid something. So as long as everything gets a bid, then at least it goes through the process. Otherwise, then we got to set up another process if it doesn't sell to kind of get rid of it and so on and so forth. So we just try to encourage the folks that are out there that are, even if they want to scrap the cars, to put a $5 bid on everything. And
I know that Fire District 3 right now is looking for 3 cars that have tires that are not operating. You know, they do their training on them and stuff and put titles. So that's another option if like something doesn't fit or something. doesn't
Gotcha.
sell.
But it doesn't need to run.
No, they're going to burn them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
They
those-
come get them.
There's rigs without keys that would be
They would come
great.
get them.
There's some without keys that we could probably.
Yeah.
Perfect. That would be perfect. You don't need keys to burn them.
No, you
But you
don't.
can't hotwire a car.
Well, I'm a little.
These are
rusty.
old police cruisers, I think. So, okay.
When I go to my house in Borneo,
Borneo, that's what it was. I couldn't think of the name.
It was Borneo.
Earlier.
I will.
I forgot what country. I was in.
Moving on.
Moving
That's all
on.
I have. Do you guys have
Good.
any other questions?
No. Not that I should. Anyway. Oh, so many.
I still want
so
to know
many.
what Jen was thinking.
Yeah,
No, you don't.
yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right.
One more board pending. I just thought of the.
Great. Here, you can have that.
I'm not seeing Q on mine.
I don't think he's out of town.
Thank you, sir.
I've tried to be really respectful.
Vacation? Okay, good for him.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's. He didn't answer one text, which he shouldn't. Because it's like,
You did it just because.
I know, just checking.
Mr. Gordy reached out and was questioning whether we wanted a plaque on the building to dedicate the building like you would normally do for other things.
Oh,
And originally I told him, I don't know, you would have to ask each individual, and that I wasn't a big fan. My name on it anyway. But everything we do around here does have a plaque. Even your little Liberty Bell at the fairgrounds.
I know people like that.
And it's, so I'm open. I don't care either way. Think about it. Maybe bring it up with Corey on Thursday and talk about it, but please gives you a couple days to ponder the.
It's a dedication and a tradition.
That's what I said. I don't really want my name on the building, but it is a dedication to the tradition. It is, I don't want to be the angry butthead all the time. Yeah. So.
Was that a, yeah, you don't want him to be the angry butthead? all the
I'm
time?
not commenting on that. That's an inside my head comment. No, that was, I think you need to put a dedication on it. It's, I don't really care, but
As I said, I'm kind of, I don't want to break
a tradition.
tradition because of opinion. So I wanted to bring it up to you guys. let him know Thursday and.
You can let him know Thursday, but I
Go from there. I'll give you some time to chew on it. So,
I don't know, we should put Rob's name on it too.
Yeah. Anybody that
How
wants.
about to the citizens of Klickitat?
That's exactly what I was thinking too. Exactly. And I almost said it.
That's
but then I was like,
actually, I like
I
it.
don't know, like, can we do that?
Well, is that what it says in the Pioneer Center? It's dedicated to the.
Oh, I have
citizens
no
of
idea, and that just
County,
popped
and
in
then-
because
and
I
it has
read her
Then the
vibes.
three commissioners, I think it does say something like
That's not why I was.
that. Yeah, yeah, yes.
No,
ma'am.
I've got an email where I had communicated with the prosecutor and Rebecca. And this is about the code compliance. It went through the public process when the public, I don't know why I keep calling her public, the building director separated code compliance out of Title 15.
Right.
And that's an ordinance that passed. And the only thing I needed to do is have a number assigned.
Right.
Number was assigned and you guys signed it again. And it went up to go with the original.
Okay.
But that's the old one, not the one we were.
Right, it's just the.
That's what we have. That's
It's the original.
It's the original one, just
10 years from now.
So
Right,
it is,
that's-
so
we
it
might
is
need some-
currently in title, in code.
24,
We just
What's
have.
Title 24?
Title 24.
But we just have a moratorium still that's in.
Right.
And we might need.
Or
to
was it a
tweak some
moratorium or
wording.
was it something else, called something else?
I think you definitely need to consider adding some teeth and changing some things, definitely.
Well, as I told them, look at it, look at the signage, give us your opinions. You're gonna be in charge of helping us fix it.
Yes, sir.
So, he's supposed to be looking over that stuff.
That's right. Okay.
But I agree, a $50 fine for something isn't gonna stop me from holding weddings on my property.
Me neither.
I'll take your $50 fine. Oh, you don't allow short-term rentals? Give me the $50 fine. My words.
Okay, prosecuting attorney, I don't believe Mr. Cannell is online. I believe he's out of town. Let's just make sure. I don't see him on.
Okay, one, Dave, did Pat Arnold contact?
I don't know that he's physically out of
No,
town.
just say not here.
Did Pat Arnold contact you about this 10 years condit dam thing? Tonight?
Yes.
Are you gonna attend that?
No.
I guess it's my turn then.
I went to the last one
10 years.
10
ago.
years ago. No,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't.
We're both gonna be there.
Hey,
because she
at
has-
least you were notified. I don't know.
You want it?
Go ahead.
you can go if you want.
It's kind of nice being on the outside looking at.
Anything else? No?
I'll keep it in my head like Jen.
If not, then I would,
One quick last, sorry. It's on my list right here.
okay.
I brought it up last week. Do you guys have any interest in possibly getting ahead of the rapid COVID test inventory that we might need in this county? And that if we don't act, we can find ourselves going, whoops, and have no way to test people that we might need to test in 2 weeks.
We should ask Aaron to look into that. I know from my conversation that, I guess KVH is not having issues with their testing supplies, but
I've heard from people that they can't even get an appointment for 2 days.
so I thought it was KVH is better off from the last update, and then like Skyline and North Shore are really tight.
Right, but they don't do rapid stuff. It's sent off to the lab. So we
Oh,
have
yeah,
rapid
I was-
15-minute tests in the jail. Swab your nose 15 minutes, will tell you if we got it or not. If we potentially might have to check employees on a Monday morning, or Aaron might have to check employees on a Monday morning, it would be nice to know in 15 minutes and not 2 days after he gets back from the lab. That's my thinking.
Well, I can tell you, whenever your kid has the sniffles, it takes about a week and a half before you get to send them back to school, it seems.
Well, and I'm just saying, if we have them and don't need them, we can give them to the jail that uses them with every inmate that comes to the door.
I would say,
So-
do you want to talk to Aaron about it?
Doesn't hurt to have some if the board is interested in pursuing that. Rather than being caught off guard and have 50 employees that can't work this week because they didn't get tested.
Yes.
I'm trying to-
Never mind. Keep it in your head.
Public health can't do occupational health, so whether they can buy them, the funds probably couldn't come out. But you can't
I
do
wasn't the
testing.
one that said public health.
But I've talked to her, she can't do occupational.
So
health.
who would do it though? If the county buys,
It's probably the same ones who do your drug test.
Yeah, I would agree. It's him across the hall.
Oh, I guess you get to look it up then.
yeah, go see what you can do.
That's
See
what
if
I'm
there's
saying.
any
I told
availability.
you I didn't want to say.
Yeah,
anything,
okay. Okay. Wow.
But she did say that she either couldn't or wouldn't be allowed. to.
Well, there is a difference between
There is a big difference.
couldn't and won't.
Maybe some.
Well, that's
Yeah,
why,
it could have
that's
been that
why
too.
we're gonna have the
No.
choice to potentially do it here or wait 2 days every Monday for people's tests to come back from the state level. And
If they
that's
allow
gonna
testing.
make one hell of a mess.
Do you have any good news for our occupational health?
In terms of that subject, no, it hasn't been released yet.
I'm in any of the subjects. Just give us some good news.
Before we adjourn, it's something.
So yes, I would like,
We'll be ready when we need to be ready.
yeah, I would like pricing and availability for a decision on that next Tuesday, sir. Because when that number comes down from the Fed, we're not gonna have limited time to make an order. If not, too late by then.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to adjourn.
I would second.
Motion and a second to adjourn until 9 o'clock on Thursday for scheduled workshops. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye, motion passed. We are adjourned 4 minutes early.
Hey. Are you still uploading these? Maybe?
So people that are not opening them in Google